Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening's ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. This evening, I'd just like to announce that we have the former Mayor of the City of Swan in the gallery. So I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Kevin Bailey. Hello. This evening, we have Councillor Clark in attendance via electronic means. In accordance with Regulation 14C 2CI, I have authorised the attendance of Councillor Clark by electronic means due to the increased level of COVID-19 in the community, this being consistent with Regulation 14C 2B. Councillor Ostaszewski is on approved leave of absence. Councillor Maleka has advised that she will be joining us late this evening, and all other councillors are present. Now move on to applications for leave of absence. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for leave? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. If I could apply for leave, please, and my apologies while I look up the dates. From the 30th of May to the 3rd of June, please.
Deputy Mayor.
If I could please apply for leave for the 18th of May to the 21st of May.
Any other councillors? If not, can I have a mover? Councillor Palmer seconding. Councillor Sutherland. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. I'll now move on to item 5. Are there any councillors who have an interest to disclose? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have an interest to disclose on item 10.4.3, the proposed 7-storey mixed-use development. It's an impartial interest. My mother owns property directly across the road. And I didn't disclose this last week, but I think I should, that I'm also a member of the JDAP. So I'll do that as an impartial interest.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. As I declared at the last meeting, 10.3.1, low-cost urban road safety program, Bayswater Precinct. It's a proximity interest because I live in the area, so I won't be participating in this item.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, 11.2, which makes mention of some of the childcare locations, and as chairperson of the Childcare Association, it's an impartial interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I've just got two. Item 10.6.1.3 mentions Water Corporation. They're a licensee of the ERA, my employer, so I'll declare that as a financial interest and leave the room. And then the second one is 10.3.3 is an impartiality interest. I've met with Rachel Roberts on a number of occasions about environmental issues.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, item 10.2.5, review of keeping and control of cats, local law 2016. I was a cat owner for 19 years. An impartial interest, and I will stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. Item 10.2.5, review of keeping and control of cats, local law 2016. It's a proximity interest. I live opposite Gobber Lake. I'll leave the room. Item 10.4.3, proposed 7-storey mixed-use development amendments to approval, lot 500, 43 to 53 8th Avenue, Maylands. It's a financial interest. The applicant is a former client. I'll leave the room. And item 11.2, Councillor Catherine Earhart, Deputy Mayor, amendment to the Community Facility Lease and Licence User Agreement Policy. Impartial interest, as I'm a member of a few organisations, Bayswater Men's Shed, Bayswater Bowling and Recreation Club, Bedford Bowling Club. I'm also a board member of the Bayswater Childcare Association, and I am a former player at Perth Bayswater Rugby Club. It's impartial, as I said. I'll stay in the room for that.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson. Sorry, Councillor Bull, do you mind?
Thank you. My apologies on the same item. Thank you for the reminder. 11.2. I am a member of some of the groups that are mentioned in the report. Environment House, Ellis Centre, Arts. Was the Bowls Club mentioned? Maybe I better mention that. A social member of the Bayswater Bowls Club and the Bayswater Historical Society. It's impartiality, and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, very similar. Item 11.2, amendment to the community facility lease policy. I'm a member of at least one community group that will be covered by this, the Maylands Historical Society.
It's impartial and you'll be staying in the room. Councillor Palmer?
Thank you. Just reiterating, after hearing about the cat ownership, I owned a cat for 15 years, self-contained in my house. Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
Thank you, Mayor. Similarly to other councillors on the lease item in 11.2, I'm a current member of Bayswater Bowling Recreation Club. As a social member, I usually attend the Bayswater Morley District Cricket Club annual dinner and pay for our own tickets. And I was a member of Bedford Bowling Club in previous years, however, I don't believe that's current at the moment.
Thank you. Okay. I'll now move on to item 6, public question time. Members of the gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open to questions on items not on the agenda. Please keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. Are there any questions on items on this evening's agenda? Please come forward. Sorry, Mr. Dorota, do you mind pressing? Yeah. Thank you.
I think so. Okay, thank you. My name is Mike de Ruyter. I own the building at 177 Guildford Road, Maylands, directly behind the Lyric Lane Theatre development, item 10.4.3, to which my questions pertain. Firstly, I'm a bit shocked that I'm speaking to you via question time, given that I've made comprehensive submissions in the past on this to the city and also to DAP. And I think people are fully aware of that. I've received no communication from the city of this proposed change at all. I suspect there's been very little public consultation as such. I would have expected better. I think it's totally unfair, and it's just not good procedure from a competent planning department who is keen to receive stakeholder input, particularly those directly next door. The variation sought increases the area of commercial, which already has a nil provision for car parking. I repeat, a nil provision for car parking. I paid quite a bit of money because my commercial didn't come up to standard. They've got nil. They've paid nothing. This was because of the fact that they had heritage value in their building. And
Sorry, Madam Mayor, this is supposed to be question time. Is there a question?
Yes, there is a question. I'm leading into it, if you don't mind. The variation sought removes much of the heritage structure, which was the basis of reducing car parking. Given the also, it increases I'll start this again. The proposed variation also increases the number of 3-bedroom apartments, which increases the amount of car parking required again. It's a problem. My questions are, is the council aware that there has been little to no public consultation that I'm aware of on this variation request? And from my perspective, it appears to be being reviewed by stealth in many ways. That's my perspective. My second question is the council aware that if the city did undertake a proper, meaningful public consultation process, I know for a fact they would receive a detailed response from affected neighbours? And 3, are the councillors aware that the basis of some of the concessions at the time of DAP are being affected by this variation without proper consideration towards the changing those considerations? The point is the Western Power site. They argued that they would not reduce the laneway width. Sorry, they wouldn't give the widening for the laneway because of the Western Power site. And so it was going to be, there was no point in widening it. They said at the time that they couldn't shift the Western Power site. Now, with this variation, they're going to shift the Western Power site. But there's been no discussion about whether the widening is going to be the same as what other developers have given in the past.
Thank you for your questions. I'll go to the Planning Director.
Through the chair, firstly, I would just like to say that the city went through an appropriate public consultation process. So that was between the 24th of November and 9th of December 2020. During that time, there were a total of 67 submissions received by the city. 51 were in support and 16 submissions were in objection. In relation to...
Sorry, do you mind speaking more into the microphone? People in the gallery are having difficulty hearing you.
Sorry. So the city received a total of 67 submissions. 51 of those submissions were in support and 16 submissions in objection.
Was that on the variation?
This was in relation to the application.
The original application?
That's correct.
Yeah, not the variation.
Not the variation.
Correct. Well, let's be clear on that.
In relation to the other matter, I'd need to take that on notice unless I can refer to the manager of development and place.
My argument is not that public consultation wasn't done on the initial development application. It's the variation which changes that.
I'll just let the manager respond.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The application wasn't advertised given that there were no additional variations to the original application, hence there's a practice where we don't seek further community consultation. In terms of the loss of the heritage fabric of the building, it's the city's design review panel has looked at the heritage significance of that wall along with their consultant, Philip Griffiths, and it's largely been revealed that that wall holds very little heritage merit. The vast majority of the heritage fabric of that building is being retained. Hence, our original supported variations to the Joint Development Assessment Panel remain relevant.
Thank you.
And the Western Power and the laneway width?
Yes, our understanding of our discussions with the applicant regarding the Western Power transformer is that it was the decision of Western Power to move it.
So now they can widen the laneway, can't they?
Given that the proposal had been supported by the Joint Development Assessment Panel to include an outdoor plaza, so to speak, or a parkland within that area, it wasn't considered pertinent to review the laneway widening.
Without public consultation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. De Ruyter. Thank you for your questions.
Well, this is wonderful.
Does anyone else have any questions in regards to item on tonight's agenda?
Let's do it all in secret.
If not, I'll ask if there are any questions not on this evening's agenda. If not, I have received questions in advance from two ratepayers, which I'll read out. The first questions are from Mr. Barry Kramer of 22 Hackbridge Way, Bayswater. Collectively, we the ratepayers are the rightful owners of this council and its assets. As one of those ratepayers, I asked 2 questions of Council at the November 22nd OCM. The chairperson, Mayor, passed them over to the CEO to answer. The CEO responded by saying he would take the questions on notice. He also added that Mr. Kramer has asked similar questions previously and has received a written response to those questions. That statement has since been proven to be untrue, false, and misleading. An answer to those 2 questions was never given nor received, nor recorded in the minutes that were confirmed by all, and it is because of that I now ask the following 3 questions. Question 1. Is Council willing to be seen complicit and accept that untrue, false and misleading statement made by the CEO, or will I as a ratepayer be shown some respect and afforded the courtesy of an honest and truthful answer to those 2 previously recorded, minuted, confirmed but unanswered questions? The response: the City has responded in full and appropriately to this question. The November 2021 Council minutes refer to the Special Council meeting held on 30 June 2020 when the budget was adopted for the 2020-2021 financial year. The minutes of that meeting at pages 8 and 9 reveal that a similar question was asked and that the then Mayor, Councillor Bull, provided a response that addressed the question. Question 2. Does this council see that by choosing such dismissive behaviour to not respond to a ratepayer who may have legitimate concerns has the potential to make a person feel unworthy and cause disappointment, frustration, stress and anxiety to that person? Response: the City has responded in full and appropriately to this question. As the questions asked at the November 2021 Council meeting were taken on notice, the responses to these questions were included in the agenda and minutes of the December 2021 Council meeting. Question 3. What options are available to ratepayers when a councillor who is a volunteer, elected, paid community representative chooses to ignore ratepayers by not responding to their correspondence and personal LG concerns? Response: the City has responded in full and appropriately to this question as detailed above. The second question received is from Mr. Harvey Tonkin. And I'll just check, Mr. Tonkin, are you happy for me to read them out or would you like to ask them? Happy? Yep. Mr. Harvey Tonkin of harveyt@iinet.net.au. The question and response is: does the council care about the ratepayers who try to help, or are we wasting our time? I phoned the council regarding the new garden in front of the Les Hansman Centre. I spoke to a young lady who said that she would leave my name and phone number with a manager as they were not in. I advised that I needed to explain the safety and design problem that I observed. That was a week ago and still no phone call. I emailed the engineering department 2 weeks ago regarding a problem where a cafe near Mrs. Max had 2 steel spikes on the verge for their flags. I provided a suitable solution. These spikes came to my attention as I tripped on one as they protruded 150 mil from the ground. They are still there for the public to trip on. No communication from the council. The Noranda School Oval is mowed once a week by a private contractor for nearly 4 months, approximately 15 times. I believe this is to cater for the Noranda Junior Cricket Club, who play on the oval approximately 5 to 6 times. Couldn't the council use its own roller mower to save money? The council has entry statements located around the city. I've observed many of these over time that have lighting faults making them useless at night. Is it possible for the rangers to make a note when they traverse the city at night so that these entry statements are repaired on a regular basis? Recently, I observed the trees and edges mowed on Descamp Reserve. 3 weeks later, a mower came out and mowed about a third of the park. A week later, I rang to find out why the rest wasn't mowed. They advised that a larger mower was going to do the rest. The next day, the smaller mower and the other party who do the edges and around the trees all came out together. Is it possible for the workers to coordinate their work and ensure that park is kept to a good standard? Recently, I observed a tap leaking. I was speaking to a Rectic person who advised that they contacted the manager to have it repaired. A week later, I rang to find out what had happened as nothing had been done. It has now been fixed, but this was repaired a few weeks before. I rang the waste management section regarding moving an existing bin closer to the barbecue and was advised that it was going to happen. From memory, that was 3 weeks ago and nothing has happened. The original discussion started 3 months before. The council installed a shelter, Deschamps Reserve, with seating for 4 people. A while back, someone from the council organised for 1 seat to be halved to cater for a wheelchair person. That person doesn't sit there at all, but the people who come there in the afternoon to talk cannot all sit there. They have to use the old concrete table as they are a group of 4 people. They come every afternoon. Can this be rectified? Response. The city is very appreciative of ratepayers who assist in raising issues in the city. In relation to your specific questions, officers have investigated each matter that you have raised and will provide a response to you on each of your individual queries. Are there any other questions? Ms. Rositas.
Okay, thank you. Harry Bazitas, 21 Parkinson Street in Naranda. Madam Mayor, my question is to do with electioneering signage. I've noticed around the city of Bayswater there's an increasing signage pollution that's being plastered on verges, around roundabouts and on council and public land. What is the council's policy as far as signage being erected on council property?
I'll go to
public property.
I'll go to the director.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll just refer that to the Manager of Development in place, if they're able to.
Through the chair, would you be able to repeat that? I actually wasn't
Sure.
listening.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's no problem. My concern is about the electioneering signage that seems to be plastered all over our city to the point where it's becoming visual pollution, and a lot of it is being erected on verges, on roundabouts, on council fencing and all that. Could you tell me what the policy is regarding that?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The town planning scheme actually exempts political signage during the period through which an election is being held, from the time that they announce it through to the end.
So they can just do that. In comparison, I just.
Do you have another question?
Well, it's to do with this. Well, okay, I'll put it in a question. In that case, why is a car that is being parked on council land at Crimea Reserve with a for sale sign on it, why are they being warned to remove the for sale sign off their car when all this other material can go out at will without control?
I'll go to the manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Where we're talking about political signage, that's detailed as exempted signage in the town planning scheme. However, the manager of ranges and security may refer to thoroughfares and roadways in terms of signage.
I've never been pulled up on that, by the way. I just know of other people who have had their cars parked with a for sale sign on it, and they've been told by rangers, remove it.
I'll just go to the manager.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, through the chair, we're talking about 2 discrete pieces of legislation that are quite separate.
Sure.
So the planning one in relation to the election signage is very different to the thoroughfares local law, and the thoroughfares local law does state that it's an offence to advertise cars in a public place for sale.
Okay. All right. That clarifies the rules for some, rules for others. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Tonkin. Have you got some more questions?
Just one question to do with that question.
Okay.
My understanding is I've had this problem because I parked a car on Crimea Reserve in the car parking lot. Where I parked it was on council land, not on the thoroughfare. The Act, when I read it at the time, was that it only related to cars parked on the road reserve or the thoroughfare, not on the other side of the boundary. I'm getting technical, sorry. So my question is, that information that was recorded didn't cover what Mr. Bazidis asked.
I'll go to the manager.
Okay, I guess the legal definition of a carriageway is the roadway. A definition of a thoroughfare is a point from A to B.
Yep.
So therefore, from property line to property line,
Yep.
forms part of the thoroughfare. So therefore, if it's on a verge or on a part of a reserve, but on the outside of the property line, so normally on a reserve on the outside of the coppers logs, then that's referred to as a thoroughfare, and you can't advertise for sale in that place.
Okay, but we're being specific now. Crimea Reserve, the parking lots are located on the oval side of the road reserve.
Of the road reserve, which is the carriageway, correct?
Of the carriageway, of the boundary. They're inside.
Yep, which is part of the thoroughfare. So it's a point from A to B. People can use that point from A to B. It's local government property. It's part of the thoroughfare. Because it doesn't say this in the Act when I read it, so that if a car was parked on the oval, 20 metres in with a sign on it, you can still fine them. Yeah, that's my understanding.
Okay, I didn't read that in the Act, that was all. That's why I wanted to clarify it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. As I say, a thoroughfare, the easiest way to, I suppose, describe a thoroughfare and a definition that's used quite often is point A to point B. If you can go from point A to point B and it's not private property, then that forms part of a thoroughfare.
Thank you for your questions, Mr. Tonkin. Thank you, son. Are there any other questions on items not on the agenda? If not, I'll move to item 7, confirmation of minutes. Councillors, there are 3 meeting minutes that will need to be confirmed this evening. Firstly, we'll consider the minutes from the ordinary council meeting held on the 22nd of March. Do I have a mover? Councillor Palmer, do I have a seconder? Deputy Mayor? I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Next, we'll consider the minutes from the special council meeting held on the 30th of March 2022. Do I have a mover? Councillor Eveson, seconded Councillor Palmer. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Finally, we'll consider the minutes from the special council meeting held on the 8th of April 2022. Do I have a mover? Deputy Mayor, I'll second it. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'll now move on to item 8, presentations. Petitions. Do any councillors have a petition to table? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have a petition. I'll read the first page of the petition. We, the undersigned, being the electors of the district, formally petition the City of Bayswater to address the following. Adopt in its keeping and control of cats local law 2022 the same wording as the Shire of Northam's cat local law clause 3.2. Then it's got the excerpt there. As the initiator of this petition, my name is Jeff Trott, and I can be contacted at his home address. The petition is signed by the 8 heads of the local Friends of groups, so Friends of Maylands Lakes, Friends of Barden Park, Bag Up Wetlands Interest Group, Friends of Maylands Samphires, Friends of Lightning Park, Friends of Baringa Park, looks like that one's Friends of Gobber Lake, and the Eric Singleton Wetlands.
Thank you. Councillors, there are no presentations this evening. These deputations were heard at last week's agenda briefing forum. This evening, we have one delegates report from Councillor Eveson. Councillor Eveson, would you like to move this report? Can I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Eveson, would you like to make any comments? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. I'll now move on to item 9, method of dealing with agenda business. Councillors, before we consider method of dealing with agenda business, please note that item 10.4.1, proposed street tree removal for subdivision of land, lot 221 45 Gummery Street, Bedford, which has been the subject of a deputation, has been withdrawn at the request of the applicant. So we won't be debating that tonight. So I'll now move on to this evening. Pulling first is Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Thank you. Yes, I would like to pull 10.2.6. Sorry, I don't want to pull that. Hopefully someone else will pull it. 10.4.3, 10.4.6. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Ball.
Thank you. 10.2.6? Yep. Thank you. 10.3.1 and 10.3.2.
Sorry, 10.3.
0.1 and 10.3.2.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to pull item 10.3.3. Also 10.4.7. I'd like to perhaps vote against, after listening to the debate 10.5.1. And I've got a financial interest for 10.6.1.3. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I think I have a... Sorry, I might have missed some of the ones that Councillor Clark mentioned. So, was a question? No, I won't raise that one. Sorry. I might as well pull... Where is it? 10.2.5.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Just to support it, 10.4.2, 10.6.1 in support.
Sorry, which one was that? 10.6.
10.6.1.
10.6.1.1.
And the others have all been pulled. Thank you.
Councillor Eason.
Yeah, oh no, sorry, that one's been pulled already. 10.4.7, was that right? Yes, it has been pulled. No.
That's been pulled.
Yeah, none from me, thank you.
Councillor Sutherland.
No, everything's been pulled.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
No, all good.
Okay.
Sorry, Mayor, I forgot one. Can I just also pull the community events review, but perhaps to vote against, depending on how the debate goes again? Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll now consider items that were the subject of deputations first. So we'll begin with item 10.2.5, review of keeping and control of cats, local law 2016. Councillor Johnson. I'll just wait for Councillor Ball to leave. Councillor Johnson, are you moving the officer's recommendation?
I have an alternative.
Has it been provided to the
Yes, it
city?
has.
I'll just ask the minute taker if they can put it on the screen. Councillor Johnson, can you just confirm that what's on the screen is your alternate motion? Councillor Palmer, do you mind your mic? So that's correct?
Thank you, that's
And
correct.
Councillor Palmer seconding. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Thank you to the officers who have worked really hard on preparing a CAT Act or CAT law that they probably, you know, weren't that excited about doing in lots of ways. Because I think we really will put, you know, Council's been really sort of pushing this issue, and so has our community. So I certainly want to thank the members of the community who have advocated for the protection of our environment and for the protection of our cats. So happy to move what's on there with the amendment as provided. And the amendment is essentially the wording that Northam is using to require cats in public places to be under effective control. And I'm hoping this wording will help better look after cats in that area and in a broad way without being too prescriptive.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you very much, and I support the recommendation and amendment as such for all those reasons. And can I give my reasons now? Okay, thank you. Without being overdramatic about the environmental damage caused unnecessarily by our beloved pets, they are indeed pets, felines that instinctively prowl the land. If you think giving them a nightly exercise and then returning later is proof of their gentle pet behaviour, I feel people are sadly mistaken. When we look at statistics given by the various official bodies of government and non-government organisations, they are in one agreement. It's a tiny killing machine and a pet as well. Pet cats kill 30 to 50 times more animals per kilometre around towns than feral cats do in the bush. So we really need to look hard and have the courage and take responsibility and accept their behaviour. I have a few government printouts, federal and state, and they all are welcoming that cats are to be kept indoors in good health, avoiding injuries, avoiding accidents and disease, avoiding nuisance behaviour with neighbours, and kept safe. That's love of our pet. Our home is their jungle and they love it. Over the last 15 years and longer, we have had the opportunity to review the keeping and control of cats local law from 2011 and beyond. Now we review this same local law from 2016. The Australian government, the RSPCA, the AVA and most animal organisations, universities, et al. All agree that good closeness of our pets is the safest way of enjoying our pets without destroying our local wildlife and indeed putting our pets in harm's way. And this is in the Standing Committee on the Environment and Energy 2020. The Australian government response to the House of Representatives Standing Committee on the Environment and Energy report tackling the feral cat pandemic problem. Interestingly noting the word pandemic. In brief, recommendation 5A in that report, develop and disseminate best practice domestic and stray cat management strategies, including increasing public awareness of the impact of cats on Australia's native wildlife and habitats. I can read quite a few of those points that are registered for keeping cats safely indoors, but I won't carry on. I'm sure we all understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Anyone for? If not, Councillor Sutherland.
Look, I'm not sure speaking against or for, but I just wanted to comment on the report. I too would like to say this has been a very popular item, probably for the wrong reasons, because people are concerned with the wildlife. And I think it's great that we've got those 42 sites that we're trying to keep cats out of. My concern is with what the officer said to what the amendment is, that the law or the governments in place do look more leniently to regional councils than urban councils. I'm not saying that, you know, we couldn't try it, but some of these cities that have seen that, they're going to do it and just see what happens. But I remember talking to Councillor Johnson before, and it's true, it should be a statewide thing and not just council by council doing this sort of thing. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents worth in for that.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. Not necessarily to vote against, but I just wanted to, I suppose, in all, there's been a lot of work that's gone into this, and I suppose my hope is that, I think part of the issue is that it's a legal problem that we're constrained by the Cat Act, and so I do have some reservations about many of these approaches that we might be taking, because there's some suggestion that perhaps we're going outside the scope of what's in the legislation. So it would be useful, once this has been consulted on, when it comes back to council, for the council to see, you know, confidential legal advice from the city, which sort of sets out some assurance that we're still within the legal power that's set under the Cat Act. I think part of the issue is that the Cat Act needs to be reviewed and amended to enable more of this. And I think that's the problem that many of the councils have faced. And hopefully Walga can also provide some advocacy on behalf of councils in this space as well. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, look, I share the concerns that were mentioned here about the impact of cats to our wildlife, to some private property owners who do not want to see cats roaming in their backyards. My main concern at this stage with the motion on the table is with the process. The change is radical and will be radical for many cat owners and other people around our city. And I know that when we reviewed our dog practices, we did go through a serious community consultation. And here, this is not being proposed. We are talking only about a local public notice published in a newspaper that no one will see. I'm concerned supporting something like this without confirming that we gave the opportunity to everyone from both sides to express their views. As I mentioned, I share the concerns. I think we should act, but I think we should follow the process. And this is why I would like to move an amendment, if I can. And I provided the wording in advance to the city. That is the
if
paragraph.
they can bring the wording up.
Yeah, paragraph 4 that I sent in the email.
Sorry, Mayor, is someone able to email that through to me? So I had Councillor Johnson's from before, but not, that went to all councillors, but not this version.
I'll just ask the minute takers to email it to you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you.
I can read it out loud in the meantime. It can be added. So the amendment is, it will be a new paragraph at the end. It will be number 4. Notes that approval of the local law is subject to public comment received during the notice period, and the local public notice should be advertised on Engage Bayswater.
So that's a new limb 4. That's a new limb 4.
Yes, new limb 4, and that's in the email that I sent. The city prepared it actually, and
I'll wait till the wording comes up and then I'll see if there's a seconder.
Yep.
So, councillors, you can see that on the screen. Councillor Clark, can you please confirm that you've received it?
Just enlarge the screen a bit. Can't see anything. Yeah, much more, much more.
Okay, it's just being sent to you now. Did you hear?
It's number 4 there.
Can you see it on the screen?
Mayor, I've just received the email. Thank you.
Thank you. So now that everyone has seen it, can I ask if there's a seconder for the amendment? Yeah.
Sorry. I just want clarification. Isn't this what we already do, or is this something different?
I'll go to the manager or director, sorry.
Through the chair, I'll ask the manager or the officer, whichever one would like to speak. Thank you.
Through the chair, Through the chair, that actually is the process anyway, but I think the point might be just articulating that. So, yes, it certainly goes out for public comment, public notice in the print media. From my reading, it was just that extra piece about putting it on the Engage Bayswater website, and the other pieces are, yeah, as per the process anyway, but I think it's just signalling.
Councillor Johnson?
Yeah, I'm happy to second it or to incorporate it into the
So you accept
amended
the
motion.
amendment? Yep, that's fine. So that now becomes part of the substantive. And the seconder, yeah. Anyone against this item? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you very much.
No, it's been accepted by the mover and seconder.
Yeah, so
Sorry,
thank.
Mayor, can everyone use their microphones? Because when there's not a microphone, I can't hear what's happening in the chamber.
Yep, no problem. Councillor Johnson, if you could close.
Thank you for that. So there's just some discussion about the amendment going on. I'll just wait. Thank you. So we're happy. I think everyone's happy with the wording on the screen is what the intention was. Thank you. I didn't prepare a long speech on this one, but certainly just wanted to reiterate the work that the Community Goose have done in that, to thank Councillor Peterson-Pick for the amendment, because it is really important. This is the start of the process. This is the point where we go out to the community and say, this is what the direction that we'd like to go in, what do you think? And that's certainly an important part of this process, because, you know, we do want to get this one right. It might also be, and I'm sure the CEO will have a plan if we do need to get legal advice, that happens as part of this process. So when it comes back to council in due course, we are fully informed before sending this off to be stamped. Look, I just note that there is so many people advocating for safer cats and for better protections for our wildlife. If it does become an animal rights issue, it's like whose rights, who got greater rights? Is it our is it our native species, or is it our pet cats? Hopefully that, you know, there's a process that there's the right place for every creature in our city. And, you know, there's lots of groups advocating for cats to be happy at home. We've heard yesterday, I think it was, about the massive number of extinctions that are happening in Australia on our watch. And to protect our biodiversity, I think if we can keep our cats at home, that's better for everyone. And we are not the only local government to have contemplated this. So we're talking about using the rules from Northam. There are rules we've heard in our reports, and great research. We've heard from so many people. We've heard from other councils that have tried to do this, and so many other councils for years and years and years. And if the state government, you know, they I don't know what they're doing, but you know, when we get to the point of passing this, I'd like to advocate the state government actually do this. They're dragging their heels. Community attitudes around cats have changed, and our cat law is not. But I think all local governments are trying to achieve something along these lines. It's very disappointing Wellgood doesn't have model laws on this, but I think, you know, collectively together, local governments can make a difference on this. So I'm, you know, delighted with the support of all the local environmental groups who have, you know, made these suggestions, and just note that 90% of the cats that were trapped are unregistered. So I think it's really important that we do a better job of looking after our cats as well as our wildlife. And I hope you can support this, what I think is a sensible amendment in line with what other local councils are trying to do as well.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eveson, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Sutherland. That is adopted. Could we get Councillor Bull back in the room? Councillor Bull, there was an amendment moved by Councillor Johnson, and that's been adopted. Councillor Johnson. It's been provided, it was emailed today with an additional limb that talks about public consultation. So we'll now move on to item 10.3.1. Councillor Johnson, you have a proximity interest.
Thank you. My turn to leave the room.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Bull. I have to go back to that item. Do you mind leaving the room? Councillors, now that we're just going back to item 10.2.5, review of keeping and control of cats local law. Now that that's been adopted, there is a procedural requirement for me to read something out. So I'll now read out Limb 2. Notes that following the passing of the above resolution, the Mayor is to give notice to the Council of the purpose and effect of the proposed new Keeping and Control of Cats Local Law 2022. The purpose of the Keeping and Control of Cats Local Law 2022 is to provide additional controls and management of matters relating to cats that are not specified in the Cat Act 2011, and to further promote and encourage responsible cat ownership. The effect of the Keeping and Control of Cats Local Law 2022 is that it will provide a framework for the control of nuisance cats, cat management facilities, limits on the number of cats permitted to be kept, and humane destruction of stray cats, which are not specified in the Cat Act 2011, and provide authority to enforce the laws and administer fines. And I'll just check with governance that that is all done. Thank you. Can we now ask Councillor Bull to come in, and Councillor Johnson, if you could leave. Thank you. Councillors, we'll now move on to item 10.3.1, Low Cost Urban Road Safety Program, Bayswater Precinct, pulled by Councillor Bull.
Thank you.
Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
With an amendment, a third limb that was provided to me by the Director of Major Projects. Hopefully that's...
So the minute
gone
taker,
through.
could you please put that wording on the screen?
Thank you.
Councillor Bull can confirm if that's correct.
Council requests the that appropriate tree planting is considered in all detailed designs of the approved traffic treatments. Yep.
I'll just ask the minute taker if they could please email that wording to Councillor Clark.
It would be allowed through the other lot anyway.
Deputy Mayor, you seconding? Yeah. Councillor Clark, can you just confirm when you received the wording?
Yeah, Mayor, I've got the full amended motion now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
Thank you, and thanks to the Director for being patient with me this week as I've sought additional information, as councillors would be aware from my questions from the briefing last week. I'd also like to say thank you to the staff for putting this plan together. It's a plan that's seeking to improve the traffic situation in this area that has increased significantly in recent times, although has persisted for a long time as well. And I think it's important to acknowledge that. It's not a perfect plan, and through my discussions with the Director, I'm confident that the City will monitor the outcomes of this proposal to ensure that, to the extent it doesn't have the effect that is being sought, that changes will be implemented. I do want to acknowledge Transition Town Bayswater, particularly for their advocacy on this as well, and I think they've raised many good points in their submission. I've also spoken to the Director about that, and although they raise concerns about what is currently on the table, I also am hopeful that as part of the ongoing monitoring of this plan, that the City will also take the really excellent suggestions from Transition Town Bayswater into account in order to continue to refine it to make it the best plan possible for the area.
Deputy Mayor? Is anyone speaking against the item? No? Councillor Peterson-Pick, would you like? No. I'll go to the mover to close.
I don't think I can add anything under the standing orders.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Councillors, they were all the items that were subject to a deputation. So I'll now move on to items that have been pulled. Just waiting for Councillor Johnson to return. So I'll just continue, councillors. I'll move on to item 10.2.1. Nobody has pulled this, but it's an absolute majority is required for one of the limbs. Councillor Johnson, we're just on item 10.2.1, requiring an absolute majority. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, financial reports for the period ended 31st of March 2022. Do I have someone who'd like to move this? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Johnson? Sure. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Johnson?
Sorry, I've pushed too many buttons on here. No, thank you.
Do I have anyone against? No, I'll go. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.2.6, Councillor Complaints Policy, pulled by Councillor Bull. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
No, I'd prefer not to move. Thank you.
Do I have someone who'd like to? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder for the officer's recommendation? You're moving. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Eason. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Bull.
Thank you. There are still some issues, I think, with the policy and with the drafting, but I think I covered that previously. What I would like to discuss is the alternative dispute resolution provision that is in there. So last time this came to council, I spoke about my concerns with the mediation provision. Alternative dispute resolution provision is in the same realm as a mediation provision. Mediation's for private matters between parties. This policy seeks to deal with public matters, which are complaints in respect of potential or alleged breaches of the code and other matters. It's not appropriate to have an ADR provision in this kind of policy, and I can't support a policy that I know has a provision that has a provision that is not appropriate for what it's seeking to achieve.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes. I would like to propose the amendment that I moved also the last meeting when we discussed this policy.
Have you provided the amendment to the officers?
Yeah, the city has it.
If that could please be put up on the screen and emailed to Councillor Clark.
And I can read it in the meantime if you want. Yeah, that's number 3. Request the CEO to write to the Minister for Local Government, urging him to revise the Local Government Model Code of Conduct Regulations 2021 to require that all complaints are investigated and resolved by an external body, and council is removed from the process of dealing with complaints against councillors.
I'll just check with the mover and seconder. Do you accept in the seconder? Yep. So that now forms part of the substantive motion. Would you like to speak on the motion? Councillor Clark.
Oh, I just wish to speak to the amended motion.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, okay. The more I think on this and the more I've reflected on this, the more I can't support a model where fellow council members are essentially judge, jury and executioner on their other council members. It cannot be good for the good governance of any council where other council members are determining whether or not there's been a breach. It doesn't move any council in the right direction to create any kind of working relationship amongst councillors, never mind any sort of teamwork or any sort of collaboration or leadership in terms of good governance for a council. So I can't support that model. I'd actually ask if the Mayor's open to it to split the limbs up, because the third limb that Councillor Peterson-Pick has added is exactly what we should be doing. I'm still concerned, and I know it's an unpopular view, but it's hard to see how, when the city doesn't have any kind of legal coverage for councillors to access lawyers, that you would want to undergo in the beginning of any of this process. I note also that it covers, it covers candidates, but it also covers committee members. So if someone has voluntarily put their hand up to be on one of our committees, they too are subject to this. And I presume that, given that councillors are not covered by the city's insurance arrangements and would not be able to access paid for legal advice, that our community members also wouldn't be able to do so. I think it's it just can't work. And whilst I know lawyers are often not popular, but I think you can't undergo something as procedurally complex as this, even with an alternative dispute resolution mechanism in it. And sometimes particularly so, because I wonder how many people would be able to sit down and work their own way through a conciliation model. That we should be setting this up. I think it's really dangerous. I think it's really worrisome. I think anyone who comes onto this council and gets elected, and anyone who comes onto our committees, should think about this really carefully, because even engaging a lawyer at your own personal cost, which I don't think you should have to do when it is council business, could bankrupt some people. So I can't support this. I know the city's done a lot of work into it. I think it's improved since the last version, but it's not something that I can support.
Thank you. I have a question, perhaps to the governance officer or director. If this policy isn't adopted by council, what are the implications?
Through the chair, at the moment, we don't have a policy on how a complaint will be investigated. So at the moment, the CEO is authorised to accept complaints and to accept the withdrawal of complaints, but nothing can proceed with a complaint. They can't be investigated or resolved without a policy.
And just confirming, follow-up question, just confirming that this policy as presented to council is based on the model, WALGA model policy, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on the item? Councillor Palmer.
Speaking against, Madam Mayor, is that okay? Thank you. If you go to page 130, confidentiality, that is a total kangaroo court process, and therefore I feel very uncomfortable about seeing my fellow colleagues around this table having to get into that emotionally blackmailed situation of making decisions in regard to law, because that's what it is. And if you turn to page 135, you'll see there, council will consider the complaint report. Council will, that a alleged breach did occur, council will decide whether this is really poisonous. It is unfair to every councillor and every committee member sitting around a table knowing that this sort of Damocles is hanging over its head. It hasn't been tested in a legal process. We haven't had legal advice on it, and yet we're willing to sit here and think we're professional enough, and I respect the officers entirely. They've done a wonderful job. They've taken WALGA into consideration as well. But everything is council considers. Council will do this. That's us. And I'm certainly not going to take on a situation of judging my fellow councillors in this type of complaint. It's a round table, it's a kangaroo court, and it needs legal advice properly, sensitively, with regard to counselling with an S, to make sure that all parties, when there is a complaint, gets proper justice and proper empathy. But that is absolute poison. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? If not, I'll go to the mover to close. Nothing? Okay, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour?
Sorry, Mayor. Are you going to go limb by limb or not?
No, I'm doing it as one.
Okay.
All those in favour? That's Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor and myself. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. And no. I'll now move to item 10.3.2, Low Cost Urban Road Safety Program, Embleton Precinct.
Sorry, Mayor, I couldn't. What was the outcome of that vote? And
that was lost.
Yeah. Okay.
Low Cost Urban Road Safety Program, Embleton Precinct, by Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I'd like to add a third limb in the same drafting as 10.3.1, please.
Councillor Clark, have you been provided with that? It's the same amendment as it was for the Bayswater one. Just get the minute taker to put it on the screen. Councillor Bull? I'll just see if there's a seconder. Councillor Palmer? Councillor Bull?
Thank you. Again, thank you to the officers for the work they've done on this one and responding to feedback as well. I'm confident that the city is going to take a similar approach as to the Bayswater one, in that they will monitor the effect of these proposed treatments and with an outlook of making changes as necessary to improve their effectiveness.
Councillor Palmer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I support the amendment as well, simply because the streets in Embleton are far wider and flatter than they are in Bayswater. They do need curvature, they need extra trees, and certainly a lined paving that is curved and bushed. And I'm hoping, and I thank our engineers for doing all the work they've done, and I understand it's low cost, but we must consider that the verging, curving and so forth does slow down traffic without the need for ugly speed bumps, which I'm pleased are not in this one. But we need to do something, and I think being a tree-lined city of Bayswater, garden city, we need really to think of, jutting out those edges and stopping the speeding in the streets, because that's what this is all about. Thank you.
Anyone like to speak against? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Oh, sorry, too late. That is unanimous. Thank you. Next item is 10.3.3, Environment and Livability Framework, pulled by Councillor Clark. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes, Mayor, that was what I'd like to do.
Seconded by Deputy Mayor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the officers and all of the individuals who are involved in this process. When you look at it, I'm just trying to pull the exact copy up in my copy here. When you look at it, you can see how much work has gone into this. I was particularly pleased as well to see that it covers climate change adaptation. So one of the things that we know we're going to have to do is whether or not we've managed to mitigate climate change or not and continue to try and mitigate it, is actually adapt to the ongoing effects. And we only need to, have experienced the last summer here in Perth to know that it is getting incredibly hot. It is unbearable in some parts and in some contexts. And the more I look at things like flood mapping in the area, I saw one projection where within the next 30 to 40 years, half of Riverside Gardens will be underwater. And so whether or not those projections are wholly accurate, given the unpredictability of the effects of climate change, I think it's incumbent on us as a council to have plans in place, really quite specific, site-specific plans that cover our district, that look at things like bushfire risk, flood risk, heat island effect, and the health impacts that is going to have on people, particularly those people who might not be able to afford air conditioning, or those people who might not have insulation in their house, or any kind of cooling and ventilation. So I think this puts us on the path to doing that, and has a range of different action items. I think it is again incumbent upon us as a council to then fund the initiatives that sit within this framework as we go forward, because the costs of not doing so will be much higher.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Sutherland.
Well, I'm not so much against. I just point out, I do think this was a great report, and I really thank the officers for writing it. It made me do a lot of thinking. We know it is an aspirational document, but for me, a lot of things need to line up for all these things to happen. For example, providing every household with access to a natural area within 800 metres of their home is a great idea. I would love that, but can only happen if we do better planning and we live closer together and those sorts of things. Not sure about changing Embleton Golf Club into a community park, but obviously, it's just as I'm saying, I'm just saying these are aspirational goals that could come along in the future. The changing of housing, materials, like we say, if we're going to have a hotter climate, or the climate will change. It could be warmer, could be cooler. We don't know yet. We can't even predict the rainfall at this stage. Next day, let alone the climate in 50 years. But we do know there is a trend for it to change, and it will. But things like changing materials in housing and all those sorts of things, I think, are important. Having double glazing, etc. The only problem is in Perth, where everything is really expensive. We've got to keep in mind people living in Morley and Embleton, and where I am in Naranda. For myself even, I tried to get double glazing windows and it was pretty expensive. So I don't want to be a killjoy, but I'm just talking about the details. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Councillor Bull.
Thank you. So I'd like to say thank you to the community experts who gave so much of their time. As it says in this report, it recognises the wealth of knowledge in our community with all the technical experts living within the city of Bayswater. And I know it took a lot of effort. We are so lucky to have such a diverse community, including experts, leading experts in these fields locally, who are willing to contribute to produce this. It's quite remarkable. I also want to say thank you to the city staff, because I know it was a big effort on their part as well. And that partnership between the community and the staff has led to this really important plan, continuing to set us on an important pathway.
Thank you. Anyone against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to everyone for the comments. I think I reiterate Councillor Bull's appreciation for the local experts. I thought it was a really useful method of collecting together expertise, and really localised expertise. So people who were writing about these things knew these streets, they knew these parks and these rivers, because they live here. And I think the uncertainty of the effects of climate change, one of the ways of combating that is to continually look back to the science, continually look to our experts, and get more information and data as things are changing. So hopefully people will support the framework. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Now go to item 10.4.2, proposed change of use to short-term accommodation, Irwin Road, Embleton. This has been pulled by Councillor Palmer. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Councillor Palmer.
Just briefly, I really respect the officers in doing the inspection that they've done. Airbnb is the new future, and we need to really look at our residential areas before we just flat blanketly allow the process. I remember a few years ago, one was accepted at council. It was a 4-bedroom house, and I still know where the house is, with 1 bathroom, 1 toilet, and they were beside the kitchen. And I thought, well, 4 people or more are going to use that toilet and walk past the kitchen saying good morning to everyone. It just doesn't fit the bill. So I'm hoping somewhere in the future that our residential zonings and so forth will encapsulate some type of Airbnb zoning within the city to protect our residential areas. Thank you.
Councillor Bull. Would anyone like to speak against? If not, I'll put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. The next item is 10.4.3, proposed 7-storey mixed-use development, amendments to approval, 43 to 53 8th Avenue, Maylands. Thank you, Councillor Bull. You've got a financial interest. This has been pulled by Councillor Peterson-Pick. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
I pulled it to debate it, but I do not want to move.
Oh, okay. Do I have someone who'd like to move? Deputy Mayor. Seconding, Councillor Sutherland. You're moving the officer's recommendation? Yeah, would you like to speak to it? Councillor Sutherland?
No, I have to have something to say, I suppose. I think this was a good report. It will be a great addition to Maylands. It's close to the railway. It's mixed use, including different types of residential, from 1 bedroom to 3, and it does have commercial. And I think it's great for the future looking forward. It also adds some vibrancy to the area. The only downside, I wish it was going in Morley, but I think it's a great location and a great. I do understand when the what's his name, Michael, spoke about some of the issues that he faced, but after reading back again, I'm happy with what the officers have recommended for that.
Councillor Peterson-Peake?
Thank you. I would like to speak against, because of the concerns that I have, in light of the changes and in general, I have been supporting many developments around the city and specifically in Maylands, including the very positive development at 168 Guildford Road. I personally thank the developers and the owners of the site for proposing a development on the site. I think we do need good developments that will attract more people. We all understand the benefits. The biggest issue with this development is the lack of parking. And for those who are not aware what we are talking about, the height, the zoning of this lot is 6 stories. And the proposal is for 7 stories. It means more people, the same size of height. Parking is 0 for visitors. Parking is 0 for customers. There are 5 shops on the ground floor, 0 for customers. The notion that everyone who will visit the residents who would live there, and there are many, they will come by public transport or cycling is ludicrous and unreasonable and unrealistic. The notion that all those who will visit the shops are going to walk, cycle, or use public transport is also unrealistic in my view. We're not talking about 2 parking bays, we're not talking about 5 parking bays, we're talking about 0. I think we can look at the 168 Guildford Road development to show the difference of a good development and a development that unfortunately missed the target in my view. I spoke to businesses in general, and they all want to see developments. We all want to see that. Parking is the biggest issue in Maylands and probably everywhere. More than that, the city and JDEP supported the lack of parking on the basis that this is a heritage site. Not much left from the heritage site. 2 massive walls on the sides. 1 already was approved to be removed and to have an underground car park. And now there is a proposal to remove another massive historic wall. The basis of the exemptions that we have in our town planning scheme for heritage sites is on the basis that they are keeping the building. This building, besides the facade and the back wall, is not being kept. There is, if you read the report, there is a reduction in the heritage fabric of the building. We do not apply, as we had earlier today at question time, we are not applying the landway policy, the widening landway policy. And I think if we do not apply that policy, we should justify it. And the justification should be very strong. It should be an excellent development that ticks other boxes. I'm concerned about those issues. The entrance to one of the underground car parks are from 8th Avenue. You can imagine hundreds of more cars going along the main street. Imagine Progress Street and all those cars coming from there. And we want people to walk, we want pedestrian to feel safer. Yeah, there are limitations, but I will remind again, the zoning was for 6 stories. We have 7 stories here, and I understand that there are profits, and I understand the need. And I personally, as I mentioned, I thank the developers for coming to invest in Maylands, but I would like to see a development that will not harm the town centre in the long term. And the decision that we are making here, I think is very crucial. If we will see parking issues, and we already have parking issues, that will be one of the biggest catalysts for those issues. So I think it is a very important decision for councillors. JDEP approved the original application. Now we have and it did not come to council back then. There was a decision not to bring it to before us. Now it is. So it is our decision whether we think the contribution will be so great that it will overcome the zero parking for visitors and customers. Unfortunately, on that basis, and I would have wished that they would have provided more parking, and they could have, if it was 6 stories, as per the zoning, there would have been more parking. But the decision was to push more stories, and I think it will cause implications for the town centres that we will not be able to rectify. So now it's my opportunity to raise those concerns.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for?
Can I ask a question, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So just a few things I didn't quite understand that have come up tonight, if I could please. So what's the thing with the lane?
I'll go to the director.
Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll just refer that to the manager of development place.
Through you, Madam Mayor, any development within the town centres where there's a right-of-way, there's a requirement that they will give up a portion of their site to widen the right-of-way so that it's more, sometimes it allows two-way access or, other access to the building. So there's a Western Power transformer, which is almost on the boundary of the right-of-way widening. So initially, that was staying. And so as part of the development, it was resolved by the Joint Development Assessment Panel that the right-of-way widening would be waived. So since that time, Western Power have come back and said, we're actually going to move it now. And so the question from Mr. De Ruyter was, well, why aren't we then reconsidering the right-of-way widening? Given that the Joint Development Assessment Panel approved an overall proposal with a large outdoor plaza and garden area associated with the redevelopment of the site, we didn't think it appropriate to consider right-of-way widening in lieu of the removal of that transformer. It wasn't the decision of the applicant to move it, and the JDAP had essentially already approved, the proposal.
Thank you. I get that we've got that lane waste policy. Thank you. That's another question. So something that Councillor Peterson-Pick raised. So this didn't come to council in the first place and decisions made by JDAP. So how does this decision fit in? Does it go back to JDAP now?
I'll go to the manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the initial application was a mandatory Joint Development Assessment Panel, so there was no question whether council would determine it. This is a Form 2 application, so it's an amendment to their approved development. They can opt for the council to determine it or for it to go back to JDAP. It's a speedier process for us to deal with it through council. So they opted for the city.
Okay, thank you. I have a question about the DRP comments. They mentioned they hadn't seen I don't know if I'm pronouncing right, one of the reports, the COIN report, but that's the report that's included in our documents. Is that correct? Are we talking about the same report?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I might just defer to the Coordinator of Statutory Planning. Sorry, do you want to say that?
Through the chair, the COIN report was provided to the DRP 1 week after they reviewed it, so they have seen it.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you, that's all.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I love development. 6 to 7 stories, fantastic. 51 units or 52 and 51 instead of 52, great. But this is like the king with no clothes on. No parking for over 100 people that may be living there. Where are they going to park? Are they all going to catch the bus? Are they all going to catch the train? No. There needs to be parking for real logic on such, if this is to be smart, then somewhere along the line, the developers, have to give some space to parking in that development. And they're being clever enough to use all the systems to work past that.
Councillor Palmer, sorry,
Yes.
I'll just clarify for you. There is parking for residents.
But not a lot.
No, there's parking for residents.
How many, please? 8?
Oh,
Not 15.
go to the manager.
And what about the shops and so forth? That's what I mean.
Sorry, just before,
Yeah.
because
So, anybody using those 5 shops, where do they park, please?
I'll go to the manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, this application doesn't actually deal with the car parking. So the car parking has already been determined by the Joint Development Assessment Panel. So there is sufficient car parking on site for the residences.
But not for the shoppers.
There's been a consideration of visitor parking, and the Joint Development Assessment Panel also considered an alternative approach to providing commercial bays on the site. Sure, can I just say one more thing? This application actually reduces the reliance on car parking for the residences as one of the, as there's a reduction in the number of dwellings. I know it's not much, but it's still a reduction.
Can I ask what consideration of parking, how many consideration of parking for shoppers, etc., and visitors?
I'll go to the manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor, we don't have that information on hand because it's not the subject of this Form 2 application. It's already been considered by the JDAP.
Sorry, Councillor Palmer, your mic. Anyone for? Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's a little bit frustrating. This is an amendment to something that's already been approved. It's gone through JDAP. As the manager said, it's not dealing with car parking, it's dealing with the applied for amendments. So it's a Form 2 application. You're not comparing it as from scratch development. A Form 2 is compared to what has already been approved. It's already been approved for the parking it's got. It's already been approved for 7-storey. It's already been approved for the setbacks that it's got through there. So what we're looking at is removing a 1-bedroom unit and a 2-bedroom unit and replacing it with 1 3-bedroom unit. So that balances out. It's looking at a lot of it is actually purely aesthetic in terms of colours and finishes, realignment of foyers. The majority of this I would consider just purely aesthetic. The major one is probably the existing transformer, which could have been redone in site, but it would have reduced the public open space greening in there. So I naturally support getting a larger green space there in one of our laneways. I think it's going to be probably a very nice spot once it's all done. The heritage, well, there are conditions in there about doing the moulds through that, and I would agree with looking at that from there. I wouldn't say anything significant on that one. I do agree with the officers. I asked last week in terms of the thermal benefits for the white versus black, but that wasn't what it was applied for. It was applied for purely on aesthetic reasons, as the officers have said. So I do support the officers' amendments there in Lim. I think it was 4C. Was it 4C? Yeah, 4C, because the black will keep it in that lovely juxtaposition, which is what you want architecturally, so that it does make the heritage stand out more. So that's it.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Clark and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Johnson. That is adopted. Could we please get Councillor Bull back? Councillor Bull, the officer's recommendation was adopted. The next item is 10.4.4. This requires an absolute majority. Do I have someone who'd like to move this? Deputy Mayor, seconded Councillor Eason. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Eason. Anyone speaking against? I'll put this straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. The next item is 10.4.6, Morley Activity Centre Streetscape Plan, detailed design, tender outcomes and options. It's been pulled by Councillor Peterson-Pick. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
An alternative motion.
Have you provided that?
Yes, provided, written by the city.
And I'll just get them to put it on the screen and email to Councillor Clark. Councillor Clark, can you please confirm if you've received the wording? Yep. Okay. So I'll just give councillors a moment to read it. It's on the screen. And then I'll ask for a seconder. Councillor Palmer. Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yep, thank you very much. Yeah, so firstly, I would like to thank the officers for assisting with the preparation of this alternative motion. For those residents who are following us and listening, I would like to highlight that this is a continuation of the debate that we had last meeting. So if they're interested, they should listen to the first meeting as well last month. I will not repeat everything that I mentioned. Last month we had a proposal on the table to implement detailed design for Russell Street. It was lapsed and or failed, and now we're discussing this, which is the same thing for Bishop and Progress Streets. And I agreed with Councillor Palmer and what she said last meeting. I think the focus should be on the main part of the town centre in Morley. I mentioned the words, we will never see progress in Progress Street if we will not focus there. I do not think that we should continue waiting for Galleria for their investment. I think there are other businesses. I think we should signal to everyone that we are serious, we are keen to start from the core and then later on move towards other streets. This is where we want to see the changes. This is where we want to see more pedestrian-friendly environments for residents. Hopefully Galleria will join. But if not, we can wait another 20 years, another 30 years. You know, we don't have any time frames. I do not want to see touch-ups. The officer's recommendation was talking about some touch-ups to Bishop and Progress Streets. Russell Street should be looked at, but not at the first stage. So what you see on the table is literally focusing on those streets. And you have the table. There is now funding taken from the Morley Activity Centre Reserve, which I think solves the funding issue. So I encourage people to think long-term for Morley. We're all talking about the need to do those actions for Morley, and Morley deserves it. And I think this is one of those actions.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much. And I think we all know how important it is for this Morley Centre Business Activity Centre. It really is the meat in the sandwich, not just from the two big shopping gallery in Coventry, but for our own Morley Market, Les Hansman Centre, which will be created and grown on. The whole area in that centre is a vital little golden egg that we need to nurture and bring back to great palatial walks and so forth, tree-lined walks for people to shop in, to enjoy and to be proud of. It really is the meat in the sandwich within that area, and it's geographically between those big centres, so everything is good for it, and I feel very positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against? Councillor Johnson.
I'd like to foreshadow the officer's recommendation, please.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against this item? Deputy Mayor? Oh, sorry, Councillor Johnson.
It's okay. I just want to, just probably speak a little bit for why I'd be supporting the officer's recommendation instead of this one. Look, we all want to show Morley some love. That's absolutely for sure, and it needs it. And we have great hope that, Morley will be. Morley's going to be great. But it's a little bit clunky right now, unfortunately, for everyone, for road users, for pedestrians, for cyclists. And while I don't deny that it would be fabulous to get this work done that Councillor Pearson-Pick is proposing on Progress and Bishop Street, I think it comes with some risk in terms of future development, which I hope is going to happen soon. And then we can all work together with all of the owners in that area to make it really fabulous. But I think what we have in front of us in the officer's recommendation is a proposal to actually start this work on Russell Street. We can get the plans done up in the way that we've discussed that we would, and do that more or less within budget and have it ready to go looking for funding for it quite shortly. I think it's going to be a great starting point and entry to Russell Street, and certainly as a cyclist to help link up Morley to the rest of the city of Bayswater through that area in front of the school, where the school's already done a massive amount of work. And is still doing massive work. It looks fantastic now, and I think this is the opportunity for a bit of land where there's not going to be lots of future works to really start that work in Morley, and then continue it on as all the other areas are done.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this. If you go up and down Progress Street and Bishop Street, you speak to business owners up there, what they want to see happen on the street is they want maintenance. They want the roads kept clean. They want the sidewalks high pressure hosed. They want things that they've got there to be looked after. Now, the other thing as well is that with that, we've got the big RAC grants that we're co-funding as well, which are going through in Progress Street and Bishop Street. So we go and we spend this money, which is another 30-odd thousand over what was lost last week, to do a plan that may interfere with whatever's being done through the RAC, because I don't know what exactly the RAC is planning for there, but my understanding is it was a significant investment. So I'd actually like to foreshadow, not the officer's recommendation, I'd like to foreshadow back to just one of the two that were shortlisted to, back to the Russell Street between Broome Avenue and Rudlock. And I'll talk about that if I get the opportunity to talk about that one. I definitely don't support this one at a cost of, what is it, 239,655 for just a plan. It's not the actual work, this is just a plan to have something shovel ready. We've budgeted 150, just the Russell Street portion, that's still going to be 30,000 over what's currently budgeted. The officer's recommendation here, sorry, it helps if I'm looking at the right one, just let me do that. 309,000, so that's 159 over budget of what we got already budgeted. So I do want to do something in Morley. I'd like ideally to do it on budget. And I think that the area that actually needs it the most is where one of the entrance statements for the town centre there, which is the Russell Street precinct. You know, we've had amendments in the past in terms of putting in bike paths and trees and stuff, and, you know, it desperately needs that. Progress Street is walkable. It is nice and shady. We've got all the I think the London plane trees down through there, and Tipperwana Tippus down the other side, and the Coolabah trees that have just been put in not that long ago on Progress Street. We've got the street furniture that hasn't been in there that long. We've already done the roundabout upgrade by removing the sills and then re-landscaping that, which has been a boon to the local area. But I can tell you right now, you speak to anyone down there, they just want a high-pressure hose. They want it kept clean and neat and tidy, because 9 times out of 10 when you walk down there, there's litter everywhere and the sidewalks are a disaster. They want the money spent on maintenance, and if we're spending money on just a plan, it should be on Russell Street.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Against? Councillor Eveson?
Yeah, sorry, against. So, look, I've also been very uncomfortable about, despite the effort the focus that Morley needs, I'm not going to be supporting this item. For some time, I've been uneasy about spending quite substantial money on something that doesn't deliver any visible changes to Morley. It's no secret for anyone, Morley needs a lot of work, but I just don't think that this is it right now. It's a timing thing. I feel like circumstances have changed, and other more important work, which has the potential to deliver substantial impact, restore vision and get more, to get Morley back on track. I simply can't support spending on design drawings that may or may not be relevant to future development in this precinct. It's not all loss and regret. Preliminary work's been done, tender's been done, so there's a vision and there's some price estimates to go along with it. Perhaps we can get developers to pay for it perhaps in the future if we're going to chase development as we should. So to me, it needs a shift in priority. Morley's still a key focus, just in a different way, but we need a very clear and considered plan to do so. Thank you.
Anyone speaking for? Against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, everyone, for your comments, positive and negative. Yes, there was a mention of the bike lanes and trees along Russell Street. I still thank Council, I think it was 2 years ago, for supporting my proposal to have bike lanes and trees along Russell Street. I think it will happen. That was my vision, and Council supported it. It will happen. I still think that that shouldn't be the first stage. I don't see many people walk, and I don't think that should be the main attraction. Again, as I mentioned in the last meeting, it's like focusing on a side street on Guildford Road instead of focusing on 8th Avenue. It's like focusing on Guildford Road in Bayswater instead of King William Street. Same for every suburb. Morley deserves first to focus on it. We have 2 motions on the table besides the one that I proposed. We have the officer's recommendation that was foreshadowed. That motion will cost us more money, much more money, so you should be aware of that. The second one is proposing only focusing on Russell Street and nothing on the core town centre, nothing. We're talking about sweeping and bins and all those things. I think that, for me, strengthens my view about the motion on the table. Sweeping is not enough for the Morley Town Centre. Morley Town Centre deserves development. Developers will come when they see that we are serious. Yes, it's only a design, a detailed plan, but this is the start to transform the town centre of Morley. We don't need just a sweeping. We don't need just to fix a few footpath cracks. That should happen anyway, naturally. We should propose a plan and push for that strongly. We want to say the developer's coming. We're all talking about it. Why they're not coming? They're not coming because we're talking about sweeping. This is exactly what we are debating. Sweeping or serious discussion about what should happen in the town centre, not in side street, in the town centre of Morley. So I think this is what we are voting tonight.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. All those against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Johnson and myself. That is lost, so we go to the foreshadowed motion from Councillor Johnson, which I believe is the officer's recommendation.
That's correct.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Probably don't need to add much more because I spoke on this on the previous item that I think this is an opportunity that we have to get Russell Street, the plan for Russell Street done and ready, and it also includes some work in Bishop and Rudlock Street without doing massive amounts of work. I think it's a good balance and an excellent start, and I think it's a sensible recommendation from the officers. Happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor Bull.
I'm disappointed that Council didn't support Councillor Peterson-Pick's motion. That being said, here's another opportunity and I am going to support what is on the table. I think we need to get this moving and I encourage councillors to do likewise.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Sutherland.
Again, just some comments. I do appreciate all the comments that were around there. I was very tempted to put my hand up at Councillor Peterson-Pick's great articulate report there, but I keep saying in the back of my mind, it keeps coming back and back. I've never supported any of this since last year. I think, no, 2020 we had the initial one, and I can't now. And the main reason is that Morley's one of the 10 strategic centres in Perth, been identified by the state government, and there's still been no appetite for any development there since the Galleria was firstly done in the 1990s, and that's getting now towards heritage status. It's getting that old. So there is something there. We've got Bunnings site, they're a big landowner. We've got Coventry's are going gangbusters there. And obviously we've got our site, Les Hansman, and then also the Galleria. These are big landowners, plus all these little ones. So I don't know why we can't put all these people in one room, lock the door and work out what's going to happen, because all of this stuff, tinkering around the edges is great, but it's not doing much for the town centre in the long term. As for fixing footpaths and curbs, I would have thought that was in part of maintenance. I could talk about that when I go down there nearly every day and seeing broken footpaths and bits of, rock and stuff all over the place. That should be done regularly, but it's not. And now we've got to a situation where we have to spend some big money on fixing this up. And Councillor Everson was right, and Councillor, I don't know who else said, I think it was actually Councillor Earhart said, the landowners on the retailers on Progress Street just want it cleaned up because it's a mess there. You go there Saturday morning for coffee or Sunday morning, and there's just a lot of rubbish around there, and it's just not inviting. So I think we need to get the basics right first before we go down this track of spending lots of money on that Morley Activity Centre.
Councillor Clark speaking in favour.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I've listened to the debate really carefully because I think this ongoing debate about where do we do things and which street comes first and all the rest of it. On one hand, I can understand the importance of it, but on the other, the more that we debate it, the more time sort of passes us by. And I think this is an area that actually needed investment years ago, and significant investment, not just the tinkering and the cleaning. Although, as soon as these areas aren't sort of cleaned up and there's, it's not washed and there's graffiti and there's rubbish everywhere, then it does start to look derelict. You get a broken windows sort of effect, and no one wants to invest in that. If you walk down the street as an investor or a developer, you're not going to think, oh, great, this is a place to have some businesses, this is a place to have offices, this is a place to build apartments. I'm not sure I agree with the comment that we should chase development. I'm not sure that's the role of council, but last time I checked, it's a free market that comes out and does these sorts of, big for-profit projects. But it is the role of council to activate these spaces, to make them useful and pleasant for our ratepayers to be part of. So when they go to the library, there's a garden, around the corner. When they go grab a coffee, it is clean and there's no graffiti, and it's also got some activation and some events. That is very much our role. And so, when you look at our budget papers, particularly in this month's budget, we just see the word underspend, right? For a range of reasons. A lot of them are staffing and workforce issues, which I think everyone, particularly in Perth, but also in Australia, are facing in terms of workforce and skills post-pandemic. But we're not spending where we should be. We're not spending where we said we were going to as well. So you've got to give business that regulatory certainty that this amount of money and this amount of investment is going to go into this area, and then hopefully the private sector investment follows. So I think I'm going to support the officer's recommendation, primarily also because I supported the previous motion. We just need to get cracking with this. The more that we think about it, the more that we, choose this over that, the less, the more derelict things become, and the less, the risk is the costs continue to go up as well with inflation. And we just need to get on with it and start delivering for people and businesses in Morley.
Thank you. Anyone against? Councillor Peterson-Pick? Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, it's not that I'm against doing plans for these two locations. If we could, I'd do plans for all 6 of the key streets that were identified. I'm being mindful of what we've actually budgeted for it. This one is more than double of what we got budgeted for it. And I don't think it is don't forget as well that this is just to do a plan. This isn't doing any work. This is doing drawings on paper, so that we've got something that's shovel ready to put in front of state and federal governments, because we're not going to be able to afford to do the millions of dollars of work that's going to be involved on doing these streets. This is just for a plan. So do I want to spend $309,000 just on a drawing? No, but I'm happy to spend what we've already budgeted in the current financial year that is sitting there for a plan. So I won't be supporting this, but I will be supporting, if it gets that far, the foreshadowed motion for Russell.
Thank you. Councillor Peterson-Pick speaking for.
For, yes. Look, in light of Council's decision not to continue with the full design for the core streets of the Morley Activity Centre, I will support this one at the table, because I think it is the better one out of the two. From what I heard from the Deputy Mayor, I do not think it's accurate, and I'm happy for the officers to advise. It does not only, the money that is proposed here in the officer's recommendation, it's not only for a plan, it actually includes streetscape improvements. This is option 3. This is what the officer's recommendation talks about. The officers can correct me, and that talks not only about design plans for Russell Street, but also streetscape improvements for Bishop and Progress Streets. A massive change. It's not only for a plan, it's actually for actual works, again, in the core town centre of Morley. For those who haven't looked, all the details are on page 474 at the top. It explains exactly why the city is proposing that, instead of the full design, going ahead with the streetscape plan, but with partial streetscape improvements. This option aligns with the community priorities, while we're consulting the community, and we are going to disregard them now again. So the community mentioned those areas. This is what they want to have progressed in Progress Street. The last streetscape upgrade was undertaken on Progress Street in 1997. Why we don't see developments? Again, sweeping or streetscape improvements. I don't know what is confidential and what is not, so we'll try not to breach anything, but we are going to invest, as councillors know, a lot of money, huge amount of money, into the Morley Activity Centre. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to expose here, but I think it should be said. This is massive.
Okay. Just be very careful.
Very careful. Massive investment in Morley. Those streets should be progressed now, not in 5 years' time. Now, yes, it will cost a little bit more, which I wasn't in favor. This is why I proposed something else. But if this is now on the table, I think that is the better option leaving Progress in Bishop Street aside, again, just for the bins and sweeping, yeah, I would not be surprised, but I will not see developments in the near and long-term future.
Thank you. Anyone against? I'll just speak briefly. I won't be supporting this one. I don't agree that it is the right time for Bishop and Progress Street, but I do believe it is the right time for Russell Street, and it's also what is in the current budget, so I'll be supporting the foreshadowed one if it gets to that, and I won't be supporting what's on the table. I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I think we've probably spoken around that. I think what I hear around the room is everyone wants to do something in Morley, and whether it's, you know, this bit or that bit, you know, we're picking it apart a bit because that's actually how it's been given to us in bits and pieces. So I'm choosing to do Russell Street plus some little bits in the other streets just to make them nice, and while we wait to do bigger works there, and just to go ahead with what we can do now.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Palmer, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. All those against? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor and myself. So that is lost. We now go to the foreshadowed one from the Deputy Mayor. I'll ask officers to put, do they have the wording? Yeah, I'll just ask officers to put that on the screen. And I'll just ask if it can be emailed to Councillor Clark as well. Yeah. Deputy Mayor, can you confirm? That's it? I'll just ask if there's a seconder. Councillor Eason. So it's moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Eason. Deputy Mayor?
No, I think I've spoken enough on this one.
Councillor Eason? Would anyone like to speak against?
So not against, but I'm just wondering if the mover would mind just explaining it while I quietly read it, just to check what all those options and tables say.
Sorry, Councillor Johnson, do you mind repeating that?
Oh, thank you. And just wondering if you can just briefly explain what you're covering while I look at what the options and tables are.
Okay, so this was just for that section through from Russell Street, from Broome Avenue up to Rudlock Road. So that's option 2, I believe it was on the table. Hang on. Sorry, let me just open up my table 2. Option 1, table 2.
Is that clear, Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, yeah.
Okay, so I'll just check. Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll put that straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eason, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against is Councillor Palmer, Councillor Sutherland and Councillor Peterson-Pick. That is adopted. Thank you. We now move to item 10.4.7, Interim Economic Development Strategy, and this has been pulled by Councillor Clark. Are you moving the officer's recommendation?
Yes, thank you, Mayor.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Eason. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to first of all thank the staff for pulling all this all together and pulling together the history of how the city has done economic development for quite some time. I think this is really useful, particularly post-COVID, and I think it's going to be a bit of a structure that we can use going forward. I think part of it is how do we create a new normal, and how do we support local businesses? It's really interesting going around talking to various sort of local businesses. Some are feeling like they're carrying on and they're managing things. Some are still feeling quite stressed. Some are thinking about packing it all in completely. And I think it's incumbent upon the city to provide greater structure and flexibility, particularly given that we may still see other waves of COVID in coming years. One of the things that I've been thinking quite a lot about is how do you make spaces more flexible, particularly for businesses in terms of al fresco areas. I've been asking the city about what sort of rules and regulations we have in place if businesses just want to put tables and chairs out the front of their places. And actually, I've been pleasantly surprised that it's not as difficult as one might think. There is a simplicity to applying for some of those things, subject to obviously each of the blocks. And the other interesting thing is around whether we start to see more and more people, particularly sort of in areas along the train lines, along sort of areas like Maylands and Bayswater, with more and more people working from home and not going into the CBD as much. I think that has huge implications for our council that we haven't yet quite grappled with. And it'll be interesting to see. I know plenty of work colleagues who are only ever planning on going back into the CBD 2 or 3 days a week. I think that's important. I think as well, when I go around the district, there are plenty of areas that are completely empty, vacant land, and have been for years. And it's really interesting while we're having a debate about density, that you've still got significant blocks that are just empty with no clear plans for what is meant to be happening there. So, and finally, the other thing I'd say is the way that this connected in with the local homelessness strategy, I think is really useful. I don't think you can talk about economic development and without sort of talking about housing affordability and how do you deal with people who are homeless, who will tend to gravitate towards where services are, where train lines are, and make sure that works together. So I think it's a great framework, and I think it builds on what the city's done in the past, and hopefully once again we actually need to fund the initiatives in this. I think the city is actually very, very good at giving us these long-term structures to work within, and we need to sort of let that funding flow over years to build up that and to actually get those outcomes that are referred to in this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eason?
Yeah, look, I'm very pleased to see this interim strategy, complete, detailed and comprehensive, exactly how I envisaged it when providing the notice of motion for council consideration just 2 months ago. Not only does this interim EDS clearly consider many of the city's strategic documents and plans, both current and some that have developed dust over the years, it calls out operational excellence, that economic development opportunities exist in every aspect of the work that is carried out across the city. So it isn't only considering strategic documents and plans, it works by stitching together objectives and goals into an integrated and clearly defined path forward. And this is just the interim plan. Yes, the longer term EDS, that's the 5 to 10 years, because this one only covers 3, will follow on from this. Synchronised investment in funding for infrastructure, upgrades, increased employment opportunities, and in my view, a significantly improved outlook for our district. I'm very pleased to see smarter targets, success, so that's specific, measurable, accountable, realistic timeframe and agreed. So if you look in the officer's report, the back end is very comprehensive and very detailed in what's going to be delivered, very explicit, and I like that. I encourage councillors to support this motion, support this economic development strategy and deliver a clear vision of the future for our city, a much brighter future for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, I have reservations. I don't think it is the time to prepare another strategy or another plan. I'm a bit tired of strategies and plans. And this is the main thing that I've been hearing the last 4.5 years that I've been here. Strategies and plans, not much implementation. Because implementation, it's officer time and money. Just a second ago, council did not support money towards the Morley Activity Centre, the core area, $150,000. That should have gone to those streets. This is the money. We already have plans. What about the Morley Activity Centre plan? It's already there. What about the Maylands car parking strategy, the Bayswater car parking strategy? We already have the plans. They just need the money at the officer's time. So let's prepare another strategy with another implementation plan with more actions that next to it will have long-term actions that we will never fulfill. We have so many plans for everywhere in the city. I think the $150,000, if we have them, and I don't think we have them, they should be targeted to the existing strategies and plans that we have.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I too am struggling with $150,000 on this one, but it's $150,000 for, ironically, what Councillor Peterson-Pick was just saying, actual implementation of this strategy that we are hopefully going to be endorsing tonight because it's already been done. I really like to thank Councillor Eveson for bringing this to Council originally in February and asking for this to be developed. And I'd like to also thank the officers involved in developing this. I think it's great that they're putting it first and foremost that Council actually does have a role in attracting investment and development into our areas. That this is more than just about, this is about supporting our local businesses. This is about bringing in investment for our communities in multiple forms and ways. And I see this as having a direct benefit. So while I'm not happy about this one for the cost of it, I will support it because it is a direct implementation on a plan that we have already done.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Before I go to close, I'll just say a big thank you to the staff involved in preparing this. I think it's an excellent document. I think it's well overdue, and it's I'm very pleased to see it on the agenda. So thank you for all your hard work on it. I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to all the comments and debate. So one of the other things, I suppose it is interesting because, when I first got on council and asked about economic development and I looked around at other councils, there was some conjecture even, 4 or 5 years ago as to whether or not council should be in this space, which I found really interesting. And one of the things that motivated me was around empty shops, that you walk down a main high street. We don't tend to call them high streets here, but you walk in high streets in the UK, but you walk down a town centre street and you see empty shops and it looks derelict, and even with the best of intentions. So how do you encourage people to go in there without overstepping the mark in terms of the role of council versus free market and things like that? And so it was, why I sort of pushed for an empty shops policies, why we've simplified processes. I asked about painting facades very early on and was told, no, that's the landlord's responsibility, but didn't see many landlords actually getting about doing it. And then during COVID in Bayswater, we offered, the city offered and said, well, we'll organise a painter. Do you all want to chip in a bit of money? And it all got painted and the facades look fantastic. So I think there's a whole range of ways of doing this. I take Councillor Peterson-Pick's point around plans, not delivery. I think we do need to get quicker and better at delivering. We have a lot of plans. I think I maybe naively, when I first came on council, thought that we would deliver much more quickly than we do. And it's only when you sort of see the arc over 2 or 3 years that you then start to see how each step in a plan is implemented. There does need to be some structure, and there does need to be organisation and priority. And that's, I think the city are very good at doing that. But what it's then down to us as a council to do is to not chop and change when it comes to budget decisions, right? There is a long-term trajectory over how we budget, how we raise revenue, how we raise rates, and how we spend them, right? And there is a way of thinking about that over the longer term, and we have obligations, I think, as councillors to always be thinking about our budgeting over the long term. It's the chopping and the changing. It's the let's do this, let's do that, no, change that, where things drag on for months and months and months, and no one has any certainty. Businesses don't have any certainty. Ratepayers don't have certainty. The city, as they are meant to be helping, delivering and implementing, doesn't have any certainty. So once we set a trajectory, we do need to work towards that, and we do need to fund it. This idea that, when it comes before us in an individual piece, we can just chop it, we can just cut it, we can cut services. I don't think that's how it should be done. We have detailed budget workshops. I remember workshops when I first started years ago where we literally went through the city's budget line by line. We went through every line item. It took us all of a Saturday. But we knew what was in that budget, and we knew what we were spending money on. We knew where there was underspends and why those underspends were occurring. And it's one of the reasons that we had a budget committee for a number of years where councillors could go through that detailed analysis.
Point of order, introducing new information.
Sorry, I'm speaking to the point about economic development and budgeting. I'm responding
But
to
introducing new information, it's not rebuttal.
I'll wait for the mayor's ruling
Could you,
on that.
could you please,
Sorry, I can't hear what's going on in the chamber.
if you could please sum up, Councillor Clark.
Sorry, have I reached my time, Mayor, or are you making a ruling on the Deputy Mayor's
I'm
suggestion?
making a calling on the point of order.
Sorry, what is your ruling?
The new information introduced.
You're suggesting that to refer to our budget discussions is to introduce new information as to how we budget. And
By introducing new information into a
funding.
closing, it doesn't give the other councillors an opportunity to debate the item.
Councillor Clark, do you mind summing up?
Mayor, sure, I'd be happy to sum up. So in summary, the economic development strategy is a fantastic piece of work by our staff. I look forward to councillors actually supporting and funding these initiatives rather than chopping and changing and cutting services willy-nilly when the politics suits them.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. I'll now move on to item 10.4.9, 2022 Community Events Review and Proposed Community Events Calendar. Councillor Clark, you pulled this?
I did, Mayor, but perhaps to vote against since a number of the initiatives have been cut.
So I'll see if there's anyone who'd like to move the officer's recommendation. The Deputy Mayor, seconded by, is there a seconder? Councillor Sutherland. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Sutherland. Councillor Clark, would you like to speak against?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to speak against. So, councillors, we've had extensive discussions about this, and I have tried to track from these papers what events are now being cut and essentially services to ratepayers are being cut. So I'm not sure I can support this in its current form. It has been hard to track it, and I think part of it is that we have things that that have just gone completely, and then there's a subtlety where we have things that will only occur every 2 years from now on in, which I'm not sure ratepayers will be expecting, particularly post-COVID. As we come out of COVID, we talk about economic development, we talk about food trucks and supporting businesses, but what I see before me in this paper does not support local businesses, nor does it provide the services that this city is proud of and has been proud of in providing over many years. So first of all, my reading, and I'm happy to be corrected, is that the garden awards are essentially cut. I don't see how we're the garden city anymore if we don't have any garden awards. I provided numerous comments as to how those awards could be revamped and rejigged and tied into some of the environmental initiatives. But I was disappointed to see that gone. My comparison, again, I'm happy to be corrected if this is not a cut to the services that are being delivered to ratepayers of Bayswater. But we no longer have movie in the park. We no longer have twilight markets. We no longer have jazz in the park. The Australia Day barbecue does not appear to be renamed as per the Reconciliation Committee's request, but hopefully that will be remedied. And so I fear that this is just pure economic rationalism. And what I can't see in this report is how much money has been saved, allegedly, by not having these events or by running other events, such as music in the park or evening in the park only every 2 years rather than annually. I would like to see what the savings are if they're going to, if the new mayor and the new deputy mayor's plan is to cut services at the City of Bayswater. That's fine if that's their vision, but I'd like to know how much money has been saved.
Councillor Clark, that's a point of order.
What's the point of order? What rule?
Colleagues.
Speaking disparagingly of your colleagues, can you please stick to the point and not single out councillors?
I'm happy to refer to councillors who would like to cut these services. So I'm pointing out that there are cuts to services in this paper. I'd like to know how much money the city's saving, and I don't think I can support it as it currently stands.
Thank you. Anyone speaking in favour? Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, we spent a lot of time with this one at workshop. Unfortunately, not everyone was able to be there, but I think the majority of councillors were there, where we spent, I think it was nearly an hour on this one, It was done quite in detail, with opportunity given for councillors to send in further feedback. So this one has been hashed out well and truly. Garden Awards are going on officer recommendation. There are other ones in there that have gone on councillor recommendation, ones on officer recommendation. It was all broken down and looked at in terms of the benefits to the community. So this is, it's been done. So as in, when I say done, it's been done as in it's been talked well and truly about through workshops and given opportunity for feedback to come through about this one in detail.
Thank you. I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Johnson and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. That is adopted. The next item is 10.5.1, proposed temporary closure of Railway Parade Bayswater, pulled by Councillor Clark.
Mayor, I didn't wish to move this. I wish to perhaps vote against it, depending on the debate.
Do I have someone who'd like to move the officer's recommendation? Deputy Mayor, do I have a seconder? Councillor Eveson. Deputy Mayor, Councillor Eveson. Councillor Clark, would you like to speak against?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So once again, I mean, I wanted to explain perhaps why I don't think this is appropriate. I think part of the issue here in summary is that this council is not receiving sufficient information in a level of detail or in a timely manner about how this is actually working. I have safety concerns about how some of these road closures and road traffic changes are being managed. I spent some time this week walking through the Bayswater Town Centre with city staff. I'd like to thank those city staff for attending and coming along. And we literally walked along and pointed out, is that sign, does that sign belong to the City of Bayswater, or is that part of Metronet? Is that piece of graffiti on private land, or is that on city land? Can this be cleaned up? Why is this footpath completely broken? Why is this verge completely crushed by the trucks? It is becoming chaotic. Well, it is chaotic down there, partly because there's a range of things that are not being cleaned up regularly. And I think sometimes it's unclear, even though I've sent literally hundreds of emails, which I hope and presume made it to somewhere within Metronet and Evolve and PTA and Main Roads and all the other entities that are involved. But we don't actually see change on the ground as part of all of these building works. So obviously various things have to go ahead. I understand there's a schedule, all the rest of it, but I feel like I've been quite patient for a number of years now, and the difficulty is that it is so chaotic down there, and it is such a mess, and we're adding more into it, and I don't see that there's any sort of change happening to clean any of this up, to make it safe for pedestrians, to make it safe for cyclists. Recently, there was a tragic accident at the end of one of these areas. On the other, not directly in relation to this, but we need to make sure that the road safety is much improved in this area. So I'm not sure I'm going to endorse this, partly because the consultation, when it happens, doesn't seem to have any effect whatsoever.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak for? Councillor Bull?
Thank you. I will be supporting this reluctantly for similar reasons to when the Watley Crescent closure came. And we need these works done expeditiously, and we need them done in a safe manner. If closure of these roads is going to mean that the work site is safer, it has more room, and that the works are going to be done in a faster manner, then you're kind of between a rock and a hard place. However, supporting this is probably the best of two bad options. And so on that basis, I'll be supporting it.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I would like to speak against this one. Yeah, Bayswater's a mess. This is not our project, and it's just crap that we have to approve the road closures which impact on our residents. It's not our project and it's not our mess.
Anyone for? If not, I'll go the mover to close.
Thank you. Look, I'll just reiterate what about the safety. I will support what Councillor Bull has said, the majority of that. It is to be expeditious and safe. You know, it says here on page 554 that it's specifically the construction of an elevated viaduct. That's concrete beams going across Railway Parade. If that road's not closed, how are you going to get those beams into place? I don't want to run the risk of a big concrete beam landing on a car or someone on a bike or somebody who happens to be walking past. We've got to be smart about this. We've got to do this safe for our community.
I'll put this to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Eason, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick, Councillor Bull and myself. All those against, Councillor Clark and Councillor Johnson. That is adopted. The next item is 10.6.1.1, Watton Skate and BMX Park redevelopment update.
Apologies, Madam Mayor. Sorry, before we commence with that item, we still do the Radford recess at 9:30, is that correct? Or is that moved now till 10?
I have to seek advice on that one.
Is it 3 hours or is it specifically at 9:30? It's 3 hours?
10 o'clock.
Okay.
Sorry, Councillor Palmer, you pulled this one. Is that to move the officer's recommendation?
Yes, please. Thank you.
I'll see if there's a seconder. Councillor Sutherland, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Look, a lot of work has been involved with this over many years, to be honest, and we thank the state government for their input, because without that, this wouldn't be happening. We are really happy with our committee, who endorse all of the points that you see there, and are looking forward to attaining a great Watton skate park. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland. Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll go put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. We've now got, Councillor Clark has a financial interest in 10.6.1.3. So I'll just see if Councillor Clark can be put in the waiting room.
Thank you.
That's done. Do I have someone to move this? Councillor Bull, seconded Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I attended a community meeting on this site, I think it was towards the end of last year, or was it early this year? It was a few months back, and it was so fantastic to hear directly from that local community their concerns, but also their vision for this place. There's a real attachment that locals have to this site, and the potential to transform it into something for all people to be able to use and access in a more meaningful way, and in a way that provides a space that those locals wish for, is an awesome opportunity. And I'm really looking forward to seeing it develop.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Anyone speaking against? If not, I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Could we please get Councillor Clark back in the room? Councillor Clark, that was adopted as per the officer's recommendation.
Thank you.
So, councillors, that's all the items that have been pulled. So, do I have a mover to adopt the remaining items en bloc? Councillor Palmer, seconded Councillor Johnson. Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is unanimous. So we'll now move on to notices of motion. The first being 11.1, myself with the financial sustainability. So, councillors, you've all seen my motion, and I think a great deal of it is
Need a seconder.
Oh, sorry. Seconder. Councillor Eason. Thank you. You've all seen my motion. I think a great deal of it is self-explanatory. I'd just like to very quickly walk through my reasoning. Most councillors were present when the briefing was given in March this year, alerting councillors to the problems with our long-term financial sustainability. It's because of that briefing that I've brought this motion to council, asking for a detailed independent analysis of our financial position. It is, I think, self-evident that an independent report is the best way for council to proceed. A review of council decisions and assumptions, spending and revenue, needs a bird's eye view, separate from council and city staff, to make sure it doesn't carry any preconceptions, challenges the city's assumptions, and is free from any perception that the city might be trying to justify itself or not be as transparent as possible. It's time to deal with the problems and do so honestly and openly. That's what an independent report will allow us to do. If council faces, as indeed councillors have been briefed that council faces, a long-term financial problem, it's time to find out what the problem is and to fix it. Councillor Eason.
Thank you. Financial sustainability and planning for the future are the key reasons that I became a councillor. It's no secret, I've never been much of a council watcher, far from it. I'm just an average person living in our city, going about my life. But 5 years ago, I raised concerns about the short-term view and questionable leadership focus being applied to ratepayer funds. And now I'm in council, I'm privy to information that hasn't made me any less concerned about what I had seen happening. We've heard this a lot over the last 2 years, and we'll hear it a lot more with the federal election looming. People are doing it tough. It's not just the pandemic, there's always someone doing it tough. Why is financial sustainability always in my mind? Which is why financial sustainability is always in my mind. And as a long-term ratepayer and someone experienced in delivering budgets worth hundreds of millions of dollars, it's just second nature. Yet over the 5 years, as my concern grew, I continue to see money being spent on nice-to-haves. Causes that I felt did not appropriately consider council obligations in planning for the future or the broader community's expectations of where our money should be spent. I essentially saw defunding of key services to bridge the gap that was created by this behaviour, which is very unsettling, especially given in my day job, I'm used to delivering substantial budget savings from improvement initiatives, using collaborative creative thinking and practical problem solving, striving for operational efficiency and excellence, fully engaged and focused. Sadly, this short-term view has continued to build an asset and maintenance debt for the city and its ratepayers, which is why I'm fully supportive of the motion put before us tonight. Council needs to understand the causes, deeply consider solutions, and place the utmost focus on minimising the financial burden on ratepayers, residents and businesses. That's why we need this independent report and why I'm voting in favour of this motion.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. I'm glad, thank you for explaining the reasons why you wanted to bring this item to council. So that's great. So we were indeed at a briefing, I guess that's no secret now, in whenever it was, the start of the year, when we get, you know, a bit of a shock about what we have to do with our budget. We've been in exactly the same position at the start of every budget planning session. When we have to be sort of really honest about where we're going. And so I don't actually agree with you that that was a surprise, because I think that's the information that has been given to councils over the years. We've been wanting to do a long-term financial plan exactly to do that. So I think, I mean, I understand where you're coming from completely, but I just don't think this is actually going to help at all. Because you're asking to spend more money and delay doing the long-term financial plan, and I don't think those things are going to get where we want to go. It asks for an independent detailed report for analysis of expenditure, revenue and management of the last 5 years. I don't know if that's going to achieve anything, because we're just spending money to look backwards instead of forwards. We've got a report already. We've got an independent report, and the officer's report says that. We've got the Paxton report. It came to the audit committee last year. It came to council. Its findings have been considered. I urge councillors to go back and read that, because that actually lays out the things that you're asking for. So I think this work has already been done. The city, you know, and the audit committee have been proactive in seeking that information, and it's actually incumbent on us now to act on those things rather than spend money and delay it.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I will be supporting this one. I think that it does need to be done. And yeah, we had the Paxton report, which I've only just recently learned about, because it didn't in fact come to full council. That only went to the audit and risk. The report itself never actually made it to full council. And if I remember rightly from having gone and read it recently, is that this was actually highlighted in there quite a few things that have not been acted on over the last, I believe, 3 years now. And the Audit and Risk Committee, they actually changed the recommendation from endorsing that plan to just noting it, because it wasn't in line with council practices. So it's not in line with council practices to be financially sustainable, apparently. That's all I'm going to say, not because otherwise I'll get myself in trouble.
Anyone speaking against?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, thank you. Can I just say that with great respect to the Deputy Mayor, the Paxton internal report was noted, was respected, was recommended, and it wasn't just an underlying, not in line. What that really looks at is the Auditor General. The Auditor General, who we have every year doing investigations into our financial fiscal responsibility, and that really is what counts. That's the overarching situation, which is still ongoing, and this is where I get quite concerned that we have this expectancy of another investigation, because that's what it is, an investigation. This isn't a review. This is not just looking at something and trying to guess at the figures. This is an investigation, and I don't think it's necessary. I think it's utterly crazy to do this to our financial team, and I think they're short on staff as well. They have done a fantastic job through this whole year of COVID, the whole year where we have Maylands Waterlands, Bayswater Waves, all of these $1 million expenditures, Morley Rec Ground, massive fleet purchasing and so forth. We have gone through an amazing introduction of costs, and albeit congratulations to the sitting councillors who have done all this, and we are still going through with our head above water. I mean, even in a home budget, I don't care if it's $1 million or 10, you sit down and you look at the bills, and that's what we do line by line. We don't say, let's have an investigation, this isn't right. I'm sorry, it's wrong. What we should have an investigation on is the leak that happened in the newspaper 2.5 weeks ago or a month ago, stating our whole long-term financial complaints in some way. Where was that? And something on Facebook said they're going to have an investigation in the city about this. Well, I haven't heard a thing. Nobody in the city, anyone, has communicated to me what investigation is going to take place on that matter. And I consider that to be an investigation, not this. So I don't think we need this. We have the Auditor General. I mean, what you're saying is you don't agree with the Auditor General. We can do better on $50,000 internally and get our people again, you know, sort of interrogated. It's just not on. We're not going to earn anything by it. What is it for? Where is it taking us? Nowhere. We need to look ahead and we need to get an investigation into who leaked our long-term financial plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Bull.
Can I just ask, what is the difference between what you are seeking and, just on the back of some comments from Councillor Palmer, what is the difference between what you are seeking and the work that the Office of the Auditor General does each year and has done in the past few years?
I don't have that information because the officers didn't advise me that this could be done by the Auditor General.
Thanks. And how did you determine that $50,000 was enough?
I asked the officers.
Right, okay. Well, yeah, I will say a few things about this. I, haven't been told what the difference between this and the Office of the Auditor General's role is. So presumably we'll be going through our financials again this year, being undertaken through the Auditor General's independent audit again. It'll be interesting to see how that goes, and it'll be interesting to see what outcomes come from this independent detailed analysis of expenditure, revenue and financial management over 5 years for $50,000 as well. I thought I'd go back over the last 3 months to see what the value of the notices of motion that's come through is, and actually I couldn't add it up. The reason why I couldn't add it up was because there's a number of them that are uncosted. So as I've mentioned before, it's hard to have your cake and eat it too. On one hand, councillors cry concern that there's a financial issue, but on the other hand, is happy to support resolutions that are uncosted. I thought it would be interesting to know how much council has said to the community that it will consider as part of the budget, and that number isn't available. I would also like to acknowledge the staff, our finance team here at the City of Bayswater. They work hard. They work huge hours. They are experts in their field, and they work at the City of Bayswater because they care about our community. We're in a jobs market at the moment where no doubt they could do better in the private sector or in other tiers of government, or even maybe at a different local government. But they choose to be here because they want to be here supporting our local community. And I have very deep faith that this organisation knows what they're doing when it comes to finances. And I also know that the first cut of the budget always looks hard. I think Councillor Johnson put it really well, maybe she said it to me, that you throw everything in the kitchen sink into the first cut of the budget, and then it's up to us as a council to work towards a balanced budget based on what we consider are the priorities for our community. That is our job. And this year was no different. So I'm not going to support this. I don't think $50,000 will actually be enough to get the kind of report that the Mayor is seeking, but also I don't know what the role of the Auditor General is when this is being sought. But pretty much because I didn't get an answer on that. So no, I won't be supporting this.
Thank you. Anyone in favour? Councillor Clark?
Yes, Mayor. So I'd like to speak in favour of the city, I suppose parts of this motion, I think we should have an independent report that looks into these sorts of issues. I'm always for additional transparency and governance when it comes to how we spend our money and how we raise revenue in the city. Is one of the reasons why we had a budget committee for a number of years, which was recently abolished. So it was an ability for councillors and members of the public to come forward and ask questions about how we spend and look at trends, particular trends that were happening with our budget. One of those was we weren't necessarily always, for the money raised, we weren't necessarily always spending the money in the timeframes foreseen, particularly in relation to construction works. So those ongoing underspends, those quite significant rollovers that happened year on year were addressed in that forum. So I think if we have another report, that's fantastic. I think at the end of the day, the buck stops with this council, though. I find it a little bit surprising that I've got a number of people around this table who have been here since I was elected, and some of them before me. There's only a small handful of new councillors who have seen our books every year, who have sat in the confidential budget workshops every year and have been told exactly how these assumptions go and the forward planning goes and where the money can be divvied up. So I find it a bit surprising that there's some sort of, this is somehow, some sort of new crisis, which I just don't think is actually in our books and is in the reality. Now, of course, it's pretty simple economics to say that if you stop increasing rates, but all your costs go up, then you're going to have a deficit at some point, right? You can draw that out on a graph. I don't need an economics degree to tell anyone that. So I think we need to look at this. I think it's a real shame that we aren't, I suppose, working together in confidential budget workshops to resolve this. I've asked for a number of years for the long-term financial plan to be updated because it didn't quite correlate with some of the assumptions that were made when it was first written, and yet we're delaying it again. I don't think $50,000 from a consultant is going to be enough to do this piece of work, but I hope someone out there is happy to do it. The Auditor General looks at this every year, and we also have internal auditors. I'm quite concerned to hear that there may have been a report from the Audit Committee that didn't make its way to Council, because it was my understanding that every single report that went to the Audit and Risk Committee was presented to Council. I know there was a period where links were provided, and I queried that and said I'd prefer the entire copy of the report to be in papers. So perhaps somebody missed a link along the way, but I'm happy to follow that up and ask, because I think it is important that every councillor, whether or not you sit on the Audit and Risk Committee, reads every single Audit and Risk Committee report. It is one of our most important committees. It's mandated, and I think there should be more focus on it. So I'll support this, but at the end of the day, we have to sit down and make the decisions. We have to form the long-term financial plan. And so I look forward to working with everyone to do that.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
I'm not sure yet if against, but I have some comments. If I can start with two questions, Madam Mayor, to the officers. The report that we received mentions the Paxson Group report, and it mentions that it came to a council meeting. So there was some debate here from what I heard that it only stopped at the audit committee. So can we get clarification whether it did reach the council meeting or not?
Through the chair, so the Paxson report was originally done in March, brought to the audit committee. You can't hear me? Closer. It was originally brought to the audit committee in August 2020. It was then deferred to the audit committee of the 9th of February 2021.
Sorry, I have to interrupt. That's not actually correct. I've researched the minutes, so I'll have to correct you there. It was deferred to the next meeting of council, which was the November meeting, November 10th, and then they didn't get to hear it before there was a procedural motion to defer the remaining items because there was a special council meeting on that night, and then it got deferred to the February meeting.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Well, apologies, I missed a meeting there. So it went to the audit committee of the 9th of February, and then the findings from the report were attached to the agenda for the ordinary council meeting of the 23rd of February 2021.
Okay.
but the findings, all of the findings.
Okay. So there was a reference to that, and anyone could have asked for that report. My second question, if I can, the report mentions, the officer's report mentions at the end, and I just want clarification about that. Yeah, and officers are concerned that this may impede preparation of the budget, 2022-23 budget. What does that mean?
Through the chair, so that comment is around resourcing of the finance team. It's a very small team. We've lost a couple of people recently, so the team are very focused on pulling together the budget for 2023. If an independent person or organisation is engaged, I anticipate that there will be work required of some of the finance team to help with scoping the work and to help with the data collection. So that comment is just saying it would distract the team from the budget, given the size of the team.
Thank you for that. Look, just a few comments. Look, I listened and I agreed with some of the comments that were mentioned here from different councillors. I also sensed that it is an investigation, like Councillor Palmer mentioned. I'm proud. I'm happy with the investigation. I don't have anything to hide. I'm proud of the decisions that have been made. If there is a proposal to investigate the city and their operations, that's fine. As was mentioned, nothing is new here. We had budgets over the years. We have lots of notice of motions. I personally opposed 3 budgets over the time that I'm here. Everyone made all decisions. So I also don't understand the sense of surprise suddenly. I think the culture that I've been speaking about for many years now, of overspending and over-allocating, happening now during this council. It happened before. It happened a long time ago. It's still happening. We can see, residents can have a look. Previous council meeting agendas, all the notice of motions with funding figures next to them, nice to haves. It's still happening. Yeah, I think it should stop. If an investigation would help, I'm happy to support that. But again, as I mentioned before, another report. While we really know what we need to do, we need to stop the spending, not spend on more investigations and more reports. We already have one, the Pexon Group. It can be sent to all councillors for those who haven't seen it. I recall at the last briefing that we had about the long-term financial plan, I also was very nervous and very concerned, and I mentioned those in my comments during that briefing. But I recall the report from the officers. It was quite substantial, and I think it should be public. I'm not sure that we need to spend 50 grand. The officers prepared it. They explained the external challenges that we are facing, and they explained the internal challenges, including some decisions that were made here. My biggest concern with this proposal is the fact that it will not only defer or might defer the budget and the work on the budget, but we are actually ordering to stop the work on the long-term financial plan. And I do think it is counterproductive. I think, as I've been speaking about this for quite some time, we do need an updated long-term financial plan now, immediately. This is why we are in the trouble that we are now in. And this one actually suggests to stop it and wait. And there is no time frames here. I'm not sure how long that will take, how long we're going to find that independent consultant, how long they will prepare it. It will take months. And when are they going to give it to us? Are they going to go first to the audit committee, first to council? Obviously, it's something that it's big. It really need to be discussed. Are we talking about 4 months, 6 months, a year? And again, we don't have any plan to follow. So that is my biggest concern. I'm still tossing my mind. I'm happy with investigations. I would have preferred to have a time frame here, so I know what I'm voting on.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? If not, I'll close. So thank you for everyone's comments, and I'll address some of the points that have been raised by councillors. So there seems to be some confusion. I mean, some people were saying the Paxton Group report was provided to council. Other people were saying the report wasn't provided to council. So I've looked into this very carefully and spent a lot of time into this. So what I can advise is that in 2020, the city's internal auditors, Paxton Group, completed an analysis of the city's long-term financial position, and the Paxton Group presented its report to the Audit and Risk Management Committee in August 2020. That report found, and I quote from the report, overall, and this is in the papers, overall the city has been weakened by a lack of adherence to long-term financial plans, where decisions, both in
Sorry,
service
Mayor,
delivery...
Can I just clarify? I've got a question. Is this
So-
confidential
sorry.
information?
No, this is in
I've
the
got a
report.
question.
Councillor Clark, what I'm reading is from the...
I've got a question to the CEO or to the director. Is what you're reading from a confidential internal audit report to the City of Bayswater?
No.
Was it publicly available?
It's publicly available. This information is available on the city's website, which is where I got the information from. The website.
Right.
It's
the
publicly
Paxton report,
available.
the Paxton report that no one seems to have read is actually available on the website.
Yes.
So, yeah. Right.
Yes.
Wonderful. Good. Well,
Yeah.
councillors can read it. I can't they?
Yeah, so can I finish now? Thank you. So I'll quote it. Overall, the city has been weakened by a lack of adherence to long-term financial plans, where decisions, both in service delivery and capital investments, have been made for short-term benefit without addressing the implications it may have on the long-term financial sustainability of the city. In particular, decisions around assets that have or are about to reach the end of their life cycle. The city's long-term financial plan enables the city to set priorities based on resourcing capabilities for the delivery of short, medium and long-term community priorities and, as such, was a key and critical document examined as part of this audit. Audit findings indicate that currently there is some disconnect between the city's needs as disclosed in its long-term plans and its current needs as disclosed in its annual budgets. This summary and the key risks contained in that report should have been communicated to council as a matter of urgency. Instead, after multiple deferrals, by the time the Audit and Risk Management Committee referred the item to the ordinary council meeting in February 2021, as we've heard from the director, 6 months after they became aware of the city's financial sustainability problems, the committee's report to council did not include the Paxton Group's report. In fact, the officer's recommendation, which was to endorse the findings and recommendations, had been changed by the committee to merely note the proposed management actions and timeframes. And in looking at the minutes of the February 2021 Ordinary Council meeting, the report was part of a large number of reports dealt with en bloc by council. Despite what has been advised in the material facts for this NOM, it is quite clear that council was never provided the Paxton Group report to consider, nor was the Paxton Group finding that decisions had been made for short-term benefit but had harmed the long-term financial sustainability ever highlighted to council. So, some councillors may worry that we don't have enough time to undergo this process now. I agree, we shouldn't be doing this now. It could have and should have been dealt with by full council in August 2020 or November 2020 or February 2021 or indeed at any other time when the internal audit log was presented to the Audit and Risk Management Committee, but none of that was done. And now we have 2 more budgets and 2 more years worth of issues to uncover.
Point of order, Mayor. Point of order. I fear that perhaps you're misleading the chamber. Could I please ask the director to reiterate when the audit log came to the OCM and all councillors were able to access the information, which you're now reading from because it's now somehow, it's publicly available on the website. Could I just clarify that, please? Because
Sorry, the debate's finished.
Well, I've got a question still.
You can't ask questions during closing, councillor.
Well, I've got a
So
point of
I'm
order.
going
I
to
fear
I'm
that you
going
may
to
be
finish my
misleading us, I must
closing. I'm going to finish my closing. What has or has not been done in the past, it's in the past. We cannot go back and do all over. All we can do is face the problems and get to work on the solutions. It's no good minimising problems or watering them down or pretending they no longer exist. Now, there may be some people here who don't.
Point of order, 8.11, no interruptions, Councillor Clark.
I'd like to make a personal explanation. If possible.
Councillor Clark, I'm closing.
Can I do it afterwards as former chair of the Audit and Risk Committee?
No. Can I please close? So there may be some people here who don't think we should spend any money on financial governance. I do not subscribe to that belief. And I think it's also interesting that there is more concern about a leak than actually fixing the problem. We need to be transparent and we need to be accountable. A vote against this motion is a vote against transparency, against accountability, and against the long-term financial health of our city. So I ask councillors to consider voting for this motion. And I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? That's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pitt, Councillor Clark and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Johnson. That is adopted. And councillors, we have now reached 10 o'clock, so we'll adjourn for 5 minutes for the Radford recess.
We've only got one item left. Madam Mayor, could I move that we extend the recess till after the next item and then conclude the meeting? So is that just a procedure? Is it a procedural motion to delay it by postpone it by 15 minutes?
Yeah, I'll see if there's a seconder. Councillor Palmer, are you seconding?
No, I just think we need 5 minutes break. I really do think that.
Okay, so you're withdrawing your procedural motion? Yep. Okay, we'll have a recess. councillors. The next item is item 11.2. Notice the motion, Councillor Catherine Earhart, Deputy Mayor, amendment to the Community Facility Lease and Licence User Agreement Policy. We'll see if there's a seconder.
So I'll read the motion. It's that Council 1 requests the Chief Executive Officer to present a revised community facility lease and licensed user agreement policy that includes the requirement for lessees to be responsible for all outgoings, including utility costs and emergency services levy, to the next Policy Review and Development Committee meeting. And 2, notes that the amended policy will apply to all new City of Bayswater leases or existing leases as they are renewed and may include exemptions for specific lessees depending on circumstances.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Bull? Yes.
A couple of extra impartial interests that I forgot to include. I'm a member of the Bayswater Historical Society and I'm the vice patron of the Bayswater Morley Districts Cricket Club. It's just part of the list, my impartial interests. I'll stay in the room, thanks.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Okay, so this one is moved with just a slight amendment to Lim 2. That includes the may include exemptions for specific lessees depending on circumstances.
Has the amendment been provided to the...
Yes, it has. It's up on the screen.
It's up on the screen.
So it's not a substantive change. The intent is still the same. I've had that checked with governance. Sorry? Okay. Okay, so I'm not going to bang on about this one. I think that the report is basically evident there. I think for me, one of the key bits is including that new bit in relation to, pardon me, in relation to exemptions for specific lessees depending on circumstances. There are some clubs who are on this list who we have long-standing arrangements with prior to this policy coming into place, where we have covered the utility bills since they've since they've had a lease with the City of Bayswater. There's other special circumstances where they've gifted buildings or gifted valuable assets which do return commercial rents for the city. So I think that they need to be contemplated in any review of this policy. However, having said this, this is a relatively new policy. We have 43 out of our 75 clubs, I think, 75 clubs and lessees that we cover the utilities for, so there's 32 that aren't on the table. As it is, when this first came in, this is one of those ones that didn't have the financial implications on it. We weren't fully aware of the financial implications of adopting this policy. And as we can see now that the conservative estimate is $350,000 per annum cost to the city. So I have concerns around that, obviously. I do think there is value in the clubs, at least, who have been paying it previously, in continuing to pay their own usage costs on their electricity and water usage, because I also think that that helps people pay closer attention to their usage. I know it's anecdotal, but there's been a couple of clubs where I've gone past at night time and there's no one there, it's locked up tight, and you can hear the evaporative system going away and it's spouting water out the side because there's no impetus anymore to turn anything off. But short of us actually being able to do a proper audit to see where that's occurring, they will have to stay as purely anecdotal. I would be interested in having this further explored, which it says it will be, by the time it comes back to policy and review, to find out what the actual cost is. But I do think this needs to be reviewed because it isn't financially sustainable. And if we do have this kind of spend, I would rather that the city has that to reinvest back into the clubs in other forms. As we've seen, the Capital Works, Capital Community Request budget has greatly reduced over my time on council from what it used to be. because we don't have those funds to reinvest back into new kitchens and toilets and carpets and things that we need to be doing on these buildings. So I would think that the clubs would be more appreciative of investment like that than utility bills. So I would ask councillors to please consider supporting this, to review, at least get it on the table for discussion at Policy Review Committee. Thank you.
Councillor Sutherland?
Yeah, I thought this was a really good motion. I thought I was really happy with the officer's facts, material facts to read about this. It sort of condensed everything really and put everything really clearly to me. It's good to see that we have so many active organisations here, community organisations, around 75 of them in the city. And I do believe we've got many on the waiting list trying to get a location in the city. Which shows that could show. I'm just saying it could show that these our terms are quite generous, and it's also good to see the variety of different community groups that we do have, and that's what Bayswater's got its name for. But I do think that we have to start looking a bit more economically sustainable. We have lots of older ageing buildings and assets that need to be kept up, and even though a lot of these organisations are community-led and volunteer-led, it's good to see that around 47 of them at least are financially viable. So I think it's better if more groups pay a little bit, and at least then when we need to do up their buildings, we've got some money there. Because as I keep saying, we've only got so much money in the kitty. We cannot do everything for the city, for all the wish lists. And I think this is a good start. I could like to remind you also that, I got emails from people that are talking about what Perth does, what Stirling does, what other councils do. We don't have the income stream that Perth has got. They've got a massive parking levy, lots of, money in the kitty from that. Stirling is a massive council that's got a big income stream, so they can afford to do more than we can. I know Perth doesn't have the number of buildings that we have. It's a tiny city, tiny council area-wise. So it's very hard to compare council by council to see what they're doing over the other side and try and emulate that. But I think this is a good start. Remember, this is just a report. Going to a report, it's not going to happen. ACCE's not going to go on this now, but it's just something to look at. So I do suggest that we go forward with this motion.
Thank you. Anyone speaking against? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. When this item came to us at council for us to support our community groups by paying for their utilities bills, I supported it. And the main reason that I supported it was actually because if we're paying the bills, we own the buildings, the city owns and controls the buildings. So we're responsible for the energy efficiencies of the equipment, the maintenance of the equipment, the energy efficiencies of the building and where the electricity comes from. So actually for me, I think it was a big part that the city could reduce our emissions and reduce our energy costs by actually taking control. Like, that bit of a thing between renting a house and having a landlord that won't let you put solar panels on, we would align, the incentives would be aligned to save money on energy, but because we control the building, we can put the solar panels on. And I'm sorry to hear if people are running their air conditioners, and they'll say, well, then we have it that we can put on switches, we can put on timers. The city has the control of that because you'd be matching the owner of the building with the person doing the control. So it was actually about the opportunities for energy and emissions reductions that I thought, and water consumption reductions that I thought this was actually a really good idea. Since then, what I've heard and seen from our community groups is they've actually got a bit more capacity. I mean, they've had COVID through then, so obviously capacity's been reduced anyway. So actually, like having their bills paid is giving a lot of our community groups a bit of breathing space to actually be able to continue doing what they do, or actually to be able to invest more money into their, into their organisation and the capacity of the organisation. So I do actually think it's having really great benefits for our community, which at the end of the day are doing the work that we would like to do in community development, just couldn't afford to do without all these volunteer groups doing it and doing a much better job for us. So while it's about, the opportunities for energy and water savings for our whole community, I actually think there's some great benefits in us paying the bills for our community groups and supporting them to increase their capacity. So at this point, I probably wouldn't be supporting changing it.
Thank you. Anyone for? Anyone against? Councillor Palmer.
Just very briefly, thank you. I feel each group, each building and each association is totally, totally different from each other. They cannot be all tarred with the same brush and swept that way. I understand it'll go back to the committee, but the way the motion reads, it's a clean sweep. I know that our childcare centres, we do pay rent, but looking down the columns, there's no rent shown, but everything else is. So I think it would have been great if we could have seen what each of these people paid as rent, if they do pay rent or if they don't, whether the big clubs pay rent or if they're just $1 per annum, as last written words said, that they were just paying $1 per annum. I know that the childcare centres aren't, so I think there's a lot of variety, therefore I can't really support this motion due to not the complete facts being available to give an answer on it. Thank you.
Anyone speaking for? Anyone against? Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yeah, look, I will support the motion. I just quickly will explain the reasons for those who are listening. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the many volunteers around the city. They are doing amazing work. And I don't want them to think that by supporting this, we do not support the efforts. The previous CEO, I do recall, warned us, this council, by making the changes to the policy. He did mention that it will cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. I remember that, so I would like to correct the record. We weren't warned, and this is why I voted against the changes to the policy back then. And this is why I will support bringing it a little bit back to how it was. Council made massive changes to the rates or rent and payments that we are charging, massive changes that we are spending a lot of money because of those changes. I think going backwards a little bit with the outgoings costs, I think it is reasonable, especially now when we know the financial situation that we are in. I'm not sure so much, I must say, for the record, about the exemptions. I'm afraid of the inconsistency that led us to have the policy. I do actually think that we should have consistency and not have different conditions and clauses in contracts for different groups. But this is the proposal of the table, so I will support that.
Anyone speaking against? Anyone for? Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to speak against the motion. At the end of the day, I support community groups, so I can't support this. We've had extensive debates on this, and most of the people around this table were at those debates, and we were told that this would cost the city money. But my view has always been, based on what I saw coming before me in my early days on council, was that it becomes this sort of weird circular money where we ask them to pay these invoices and these bills, and then they come to us and seek a waiver because they haven't got enough money. So it ended up creating this sort of weird loop where a number of waivers were being given, and you just sort of wondered, well, why are we doing this? This is just increasing admin burden. And it was really stressing out volunteers. There are a range of, when you look at this list of licensed and leaseholders, a number of these organisations are run solely by volunteers. And I've already had emails from a number of groups, including Ellis House and the Bayswater Historical Society. This just stresses everybody out. People, the organisations can't afford it. It's not what they're there for, but it's also not what we're here for, right? This council is not a for-profit company. I don't know quite why anyone thinks that we need to make sure everyone pays us lots of money. These are community groups. They provide countless hours of volunteer support in our community. And if we ever added up the value of that, and I think a few entities have had a go, it would more than cover the cost of the fees and charges that we're sort of doing this weird roundabout with everyone on. So I'm not quite sure why this has been opened up again. It was extensively debated only in recent years. And it just creates more uncertainty for these groups as well, and creates more complexity in our leasing arrangements, and I think creates legal risk for the city. So I can't support this because I support community groups.
Thank you. Anyone for?
Yeah, I will.
Councillor Eveson.
Yeah, look, I'm for community groups as well, and that's not what I see from this motion. So what this motion is doing is trying to restore a decision that was made which puts all the drops of the ocean in one place and limits the ability for the city to reinvest that money into its assets. It's hampering that progress. Yes, clubs are probably going to see a little bit of challenges to come from this, but once again, this is only for a report that's going to come back, and there'll be some more information that will follow. If clubs are having to go year upon year to try and seek waivers, then I think there's an underlying issue there. There is a lot of volunteers. I do volunteer a lot of hours for a lot of different groups as well, and on call for those ones. So, it's about everyone, I guess, paying a little bit for the greater good, and it may require some groups to form partnerships and share services and those sorts of things, and that would be something I'd encourage as well. So, that's all I've got to say. Thanks.
Anyone speaking against? Councillor Bull.
Thank you. So there's already a provision in the current policy that says that no organisation will be worse off. So that already exists in the current policy. That doesn't need to change. And so that's the first thing. Second thing is, one of the outcomes of this policy was to incentivise the city to get solar panels on buildings in a more expeditious way. In fact, I had that discussion with the CEO specifically. In fact, he spoke to me about it unsolicited, and we both acknowledged that. So the consequences are not just about the hard bottom line, but about other factors like creating an environment where the city wants to move to green energy in a faster way. That's a good thing. The other thing is that increasing costs on our community groups means that they will need to spend more time fundraising and less time providing the services that they provide for our community, because these community groups actually provide a service for our local community. And so if they're spending more time, because they're more sustainable, because they're spending more time improving the organisation, thereby creating a better place for our wider community to enjoy, and less time fundraising to pay a water bill, then that is only good for our district. And if the question is what is in the best interest of the district as a whole, well, that is a fantastic outcome. I think this is retrograde. I think this is only a slap in the face to our community groups who are passionate about our local community and want to put in their volunteer hours for their passion and to improve cohesion within our community. And for that reason, I'm not going to support this.
Thank you. Anyone speaking for? No, I'll go to the mover to close.
Thank you, and thank you everyone for your input. I do value it just as much as I do value our community groups. I don't see this as disvaluing our community groups and the value and what they do for our community as a whole. This is about enabling us as a city to reinvest back into those clubs. $350,000 a year is a significant sum for bills, for water bills. And I don't know how, but if you take these up and average it out, it's averaging out at, nearly, well, it's $8,139 per club on this list per annum. And that was just from the estimates, the conservative estimates. That is a significant sum. But I have to query, if some of these that I know are only open 1 or 2 days a week, that's a lot of utility bills. The city absolutely is responsible for energy efficiencies and should be looking at it. Just imagine if the last year that this has been in place, because this has only been in place for 1 year, remember as well. So the last year, that $350,000, if we'd reinvested that into green energy initiatives straight off the bat, we could have done a whole bunch of buildings, solar powered them right up, which would have been automatically beneficial to our clubs, having minimised bills. So, once again, this is for a policy to come for discussion, and then it still has to come back to full council for consideration. This is also not effective for clubs who haven't yet who have already signed a lease. So there's some clubs on this list, and I'll just take the first one on the list, where even if a new policy was adopted, this probably wouldn't come into place until 2042 when their lease end date is. The majority of these clubs on the list would still get the next 4 years of the city covering their utility bills. And we've done a very good thing through COVID times supporting our clubs by paying the utility bills. But for the majority of them, it's only been for the last year. This is a new thing. So I would like councillors to consider supporting this for at least the discussion at the committee and at further council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll put that to the vote. All those in favour? That is Councillor Maleka, Councillor Easton, Councillor Sutherland, Deputy Mayor, Councillor Peterson-Pick and myself. All those against? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson. That is adopted. So we'll now move on to item 12, questions from members without notice. Are there any questions from members? Councillor Bull?
Yes. Are all councillors permitted to attend Audit and Risk Committee meetings?
We'll go to the CEO.
Thank you, councillors. It's my understanding, in accordance with your standing orders, that any member may attend the meeting. Those who are not members may observe the meeting.
Thank you.
Councillor Deputy Mayor?
Yes, I'm happy to take this one on notice. Could the CEO please clarify responsibility of Audit and Risk Committee in reporting items back to council and drawing their attention to specific issues of concern?
Thank you again, councillor, and you're right. I will take that on notice.
Any other questions? Councillor Clark?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My questions to the CEO. On Thursday, the 7th of April 2022, Perth Now reported an article entitled "Show Us the Money," in closed quotes, and subtitled "Drowning in Debt." In that article, it summarised that confidential reports from the City of Bayswater had been leaked. According to the article, those leaked documents related to the city's financial sustainability. I have grave concerns about governance and a potential breach of the Local Government Act. I would like to ask the CEO whether the city has any duties or responsibilities to investigate, disclose or report this potential breach to the Department of Local Government, to the Minister for Local Government and or to the Corruption and Crime Commission.
Thank you again, councillor. One of the first things that I looked at was whether or not the notice of meeting was marked confidential, and it wasn't. The next thing I looked at was an announcement made at the commencement of the meeting to advise all the members present that the meeting was confidential, and there was no such announcement. The third thing I looked at was all of the documents that were circulated to members and considered by the members at that meeting, and asked if they were marked confidential and not for distribution, and they were not. So I have no evidence before me to suggest that the documents were confidential. At least it could not be proven to be confidential, even though I suspect there would be a general understanding that budget papers considered by councillors, even at a briefing, were likely to be confidential. So on that basis, after having reviewed the actual situation that applied to those papers, I decided that it was not in the best interest of the city to report it to any external agency, having regard for the fact that as the CEO I have no powers to investigate documents of that nature being released.
Thank you, CEO. I have a number of other questions. Could I please confirm that City of Bayswater audit reports are provided and accessible to all councillors?
Thank you. Obviously, I can't confirm that, but my first reaction would be they certainly ought to be, and I'd be surprised if they weren't.
Thank you. Could I also confirm when the Paxton report's recommendations were provided to council? I believe there was an audit log that was provided to council.
Again, my understanding is that the report was provided to the audit committee, and on that basis I presume that the committee or the report would have been available to councillors to access. But as far as I can tell, the report was not specifically referred to council.
CEO, could I ask perhaps that be taken on notice and that the written answer to that question be provided with detailed timelines as to what actually occurred with the transfer of information to councillors, please? I'd like to know if a report, an audit report, was not provided to council, then that is a major governance problem.
Yes, certainly.
Could I also ask that the answers to the former questions are also placed into the minutes of the following meeting or the following agenda, as we normally do? And I also have one final question. It is my understanding that workshops at the City of Bayswater, since I was elected, have always been confidential, and the documents contained and provided as part of that workshop is confidential. Is that the case?
My understanding as well is that that would be a reasonable expectation, and I assume that that would be reasonably well known to members and staff who attended the meeting, but I haven't been able to see any evidence that those documents were marked confidential or that members or staff were advised that was the case at that particular meeting.
Could I also then confirm the city's position as to whether or not they think workshops should continue to occur, since they actually don't fit within the Local Government Act? There's no clear agenda always. They're not minuted properly. This has been raised before, and I'd like to know whether or not the city thinks that this council should continue to have what everyone thought to be confidential workshops, and perhaps it should just all come to a public, open and transparent meeting every single time.
Thank you again, Councillor. Look, in my view, workshops are very beneficial. It provides a great opportunity for staff and councillors to express their views, and in doing so, it should and always does, in my view, end up with a better result. I certainly agree that the record keeping of workshops is inadequate, in my view. And you will be hearing something from me in the near future on that. And I have already commenced what you might call a meeting record template on those sort of workshops and briefings, which I think is essential. And for the councillors who were present at the last meeting, you might recall that I raised this issue when I suggested that an important outcome was to record what the committee actually agreed to do as a result of hearing the information presented.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Because it's my understanding that workshops don't operate as committees. Is that the case? They are not listed in the Local Government Act. So should we be moving towards everything being in committee?
Not in my view, no. Though I think there is great benefit, as I mentioned, for workshops to be held where exchange of information is not hindered by strict debating rules and other provisions of the Local Government Act. Bearing in mind that workshops are perhaps the early stage of development of a report that comes to Council, there would be plenty of opportunities for further input after workshops have been held.
All right, thank you. And I acknowledge, CEO, you obviously haven't been here that long for this period. So thank you. And if the minute taker could perhaps minute every question and answer, I'd appreciate that. I'd like it to be documented, please. Thank you.
Councillor Peterson-Pick.
Yes, thank you. I just have a follow-up question, if I can, after the series of questions from Councillor Clark to our very new CEO. So I'm a bit confused. So are workshops, briefings and concept forms not confidential anymore?
Well, I would suggest they should be.
I'm confused because, as was mentioned, I was also advised on numerous occasions that they were confidential. This is why many times community members asked me about things that we discussed, and I told them I cannot tell you, I cannot reveal that, even if I wanted to. We were told by the previous CEO on many occasions, but I understand now the decision not to open with investigation of the leakage is on the basis that that briefing that we had, the budget briefing or the financial briefing, was not regarded as confidential in your view. And I'm sorry that you need to deal with this and it just started, but it is actually very important. Beyond that leakage, which is very serious in my view as well, is about the whole practice of this council. Because I know in the previous councils we always were told, and now I hear that there is a change of practice. So I just want to know for next week, workshops, briefings and concept forms, are they confidential or not? I think it's very crucial to us to know that.
Well, again, thank you, councillors. As I mentioned, it is normal practice for material considered at those sorts of meetings is confidential. However, on this occasion, I have not been able to find any evidence that members were specifically advised that the contents were confidential. So a simple solution, and it wouldn't take much, is on agendas for workshops, etc. A few words be headed on the front page, this meeting is confidential, and all the documentation is also confidential. So I think it's easily remedied for the future, but the past is the past.
Yeah, I support that. So just for the future, so if we are in a workshop or a briefing or a concept form and the agenda before us does not mention the word confidential and no one tells us that it is confidential, that means that it's not necessarily confidential. Is that correct?
I think it's not a desirable practice. Sorry, I still would not say it would be a desirable practice simply because there is no documented wording to say that something is confidential, that it sends a signal that anything may be released to the public or the media or anyone else. Nevertheless, to put the matter beyond doubt, I would suggest that the information presented to council simply be marked confidential, and that solves the issue.
That's the last question, if I can. In light of those questions and concerns, can the CEO consider having a new practice that will be black and white, that tells us, councillors, what forms are confidential and what forms are not confidential, so we'll know for good and we'll not have this discussion, and elected members will know if they are leaking information to the media or not. And specifically, I think that information should be public, by the way, but I don't want elected members to do those kind of things if it is confidential. So are we able to do something like that?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Just while we're on the topic of confidentiality, I just want to seek some clarification, and I'm happy to take this on notice, just in relation to memorandums, because I've had advice in the past that memorandums are confidential, then I've had advice that they're not confidential, then I've had advice that some are, some aren't. So if we could get clarification around memorandums, their status is whether they're confidential or not, and if it is a mixed bag, if the confidential memorandums can just have a watermark on them saying confidential to make it clear to councillors. Thank you.
Yes, I will take that on notice, thanks.
Councillor Ball.
Yeah, just in relation to Councillor Earhart's first question about reporting, audit committee reporting back question about that, can I please ask the same question as it relates to every committee of council and also external committees that councillors are on as well, as appointed through the system? Thanks.
Certainly have a look at that. Yep.
Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just wondering if there is a normal protocol where the leak that happened, which was more than 2 pages in one newspaper, shouldn't the city of somewhere acknowledge that to the councillors as to the importance of that leak and what next steps should be taken, disregarding the fact that it was in Facebook and that there was going to be an investigation. We really don't want that type of situation. We want something from the city that direct to us in great respect to councillors. We heard nothing at all.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, I'll move on to item 13, new business of an urgent nature. Are there any items of new business of an urgent nature? No. Number 14, confidential items. There are no confidential items this evening. So I will close this evening's meeting at 10:48 p.m. Thank you.
Well done. Big improvement.